Yo, Atlas speaking, and welcome to part 2 of What If I Was Reborn in the world of One Piece as a civilian with the One Punch Man system. Let the tale begin. Chapter 31, Elite Training Camp. Throughout the journey, Byakuya witnessed Garp's brutality. He always had 2 crates of cannonballs ready, and whenever he spotted a pirate ship while sailing, it was met with a meteoric punch. The bombs he manually threw were more powerful than those fired by warships' main cannons. Given the level of pirates in the first half of the Grand Line, hardly anyone could withstand even a single blow from Garp. Seeing the pirate crews destroyed along the way, Byakuya felt heartbroken. That was all world source energy. He wished he could pick up the bombs next to Garp and throw a few himself. Unfortunately, Byakuya couldn't reveal his full strength now. Despite Garp's casual appearance, he knew better than anyone what was going on. Otherwise, how could he thrive in the Marine with a son who was a leader of the Revolutionary Army? If Garp were to suspect Byakuya's connection to the powerful individuals he faced a few days ago, explaining it would be troublesome. Upon entering the Marine headquarters at Marineford, Byakuya truly understood Garp's prestige in the Marine. Even in such a tightly guarded place, where even Vice Admiral's ships were stopped for inspection, not a single soldier mentioned inspecting Garp's ship. They all gave him a clear path without any hindrance. Every Marine personnel who saw Garp, even Vice Admirals, had to salute and respectfully address him as Vice Admiral Garp. Garp, in turn, greeted everyone with a smile, appearing friendly and approachable. Finally reaching their destination, the Marine headquarters rear area, the elite training camp. We're finally here. This is where you'll need to stay for the next 3 years. Garp led Byakuya and his group to a place similar to a Marine branch base. At the entrance to the courtyard, hundreds of soldiers were already waiting. Here gathered all the young elite soldiers from the 4 Blues Marines. Garp shouted at the entrance, "Zephyr! Your students, I brought them here." A man with purple hair and a stature similar to Garp's walked out from the crowd. "Why did you bring them?" "Don't ask, it's all the mess Nagoku arranged for me. I still have things to deal with." Zephyr and Garp were from the same Marine class, and their relationship was excellent, so they exchanged pleasantries. Zephyr glanced around and asked, "Are these your soldiers from the East Blue? These are all the ones selected?" Garp looked embarrassed. Garp himself came from the East Blue, and he felt some affection for the soldiers from there. Now, being questioned by Zephyr, he felt somewhat ashamed. But then Garp had an idea and whispered to Zephyr, "Although our numbers in the East Blue are few, there's one exceptional talent among them, named Byakuya. They say Byakuya single-handedly defeated over a dozen pirate crews in the East Blue. He's worth nurturing." Garp had heard some rumors during his time in the East Blue. During these days of observation, Garp didn't notice anything unusual about Byakuya. He thought it might be just hearsay, so he should have paid more attention to it. In his view, with those pirates in the East Blue, he could easily crush a ship full of them with just one finger. What's so impressive about defeating East Blue pirates? It wasn't until Zephyr mentioned it that Garp remembered someone like Byakuya. However, if he knew that Byakuya defeated those pirate crews with just one punch to finish them off, he probably wouldn't have had such thoughts then. Listening to Garp's words and seeing his lack of confidence, Zephyr knew that Garp was probably deliberately saying this about Byakuya. What kind of person could defeat over a dozen pirate crews alone? If he had such ability, why would he come to the Marine Elite Training Camp? To play house? Those so-called pirate crews were probably just a few strong people going to sea together, and that's considered a pirate crew. It's hard to say whether the entire crew had a total bounty of 1 million berries. With such pirate crews, any Marine headquarters soldier picked at random from the scene could handle them. What's there for Byakuya to brag about? But Zephyr also understood that Garp was saying this to save face. As his good friend, he didn't expose Garp but just smiled and nodded. After seeing Garp off, Zephyr's smile disappeared. All soldiers line up according to the seas they come from. With the 4 Blues plus the Marine headquarters, there were a total of 5 groups. At a glance, Byakuya could tell the difference between the East Blue and the other seas. It goes without saying about the Marine headquarters, with over 300 people, it was densely packed from top to bottom. Even the second weakest, the South Blue, had over 50 people. But on the East Blue side, there were only a pitiful 37 people, making their line much shorter than the others. The soldiers from the East Blue knew about Byakuya's strength, so naturally, they let him stand at the front of the line. Zephyr instructed the instructors beside him, since everyone is here, let's conduct their tests first. Then he thought for a moment and added, let the soldiers from the East Blue go last in the tests, so they can see how big the gap between them and the other soldiers is. Based on the test results of East Blue soldiers in previous years, the instructors could imagine that after seeing the results of the other soldiers, the East Blue soldiers would feel ashamed and embarrassed. Probably, during the tests, they wouldn't be able to perform at their normal strength. After hesitating for a while, one instructor couldn't bear it and said, isn't this too cruel? Zephyr replied, this is just to make them realize early on, so they won't think that the pirates on the Grand Line are as weak as those in the East Blue. If we don't treat them harshly now after they graduate, do you expect the pirates to show mercy to them? Losing face now is nothing compared to losing lives later. Since his wife and child were killed by pirates, Admiral Zephyr's attitude toward not killing has completely changed. Nearly 600 people followed the instructors to the training hall, which was extremely spacious, with a height of over 10 meters, enough to accommodate all the soldiers. On one side of the hall were 5 testing machines, similar to punch strength testers. The targets were made of special metal and connected to a liquid crystal display screen. It is said that these were developed by the scientist Vegapunk. Each of you will take turns to punch the target with all your strength, and then the screen will display the force of your punch. We'll start with the soldiers from the Marine headquarters. Some people from East Blue started whispering to each other, asking about their previous test results. Byakuya, what was your test score? Test? What test? Why haven't I heard about any test? Didn't you go through the test? Then how did you get selected? I killed many pirates with a total bounty of 150 million, and then I got chosen. Chapter 32, Punching Test. Tates, 330 kgf, next. Harris, 364 kgf, next. A/N, kgf, kilogram of force. Suddenly, there was a burst of exclamations in the crowd. Quake, 532 kgf. Not bad, that's 40 kilograms more than before. The instructor looked at the robust soldier in front of him and nodded with a smile. Wow, 532 kgf, that's too impressive. My 2 punches combined don't even match his single punch. Indeed, soldiers selected from the Marine headquarters are strong. Soldiers from other seas exclaimed. Because there were 5 punch strength testing machines, the testing speed was very fast. In no time, the soldiers from the Marine headquarters were all tested. Next, it was the turn of the strongest soldiers from the 4 Blues, starting with those from the North Sea. Although the soldiers from the North Blue as a whole were not as strong as those from the Marine headquarters, they were generally good. There were even a few outstanding soldiers who exceeded 300 kgf, while others were mostly around 270 to 280 kgf. The overall strength of the West and South Blue was not much different, with values mostly above 240 kgf. Next up were the soldiers from the East Blue. Meanwhile, Byakuya was contemplating how much strength to exert for the test. Should he go for the underdog comeback style or the peak genius style? After much thought, Byakuya decided that the underdog comeback style would be better. Just imagine, a weak soldier from the East Blue gradually becoming strong in the Marine elite training camp. What an inspiring growth curve. This kind of growth trajectory is smoother and more easily acceptable to others. By then, many Marine soldiers might be moved by his experience and willing to follow him. As for the disdain from others when pretending to be weak, Byakuya didn't care at all. He had heard enough of these words during the 3 years before activating the system. It's called hiding one's strength and biding one's time. While other soldiers from East Blue saw that Byakuya had not made a move yet, and the instructor was already urging them on, they hurried forward for the test. Under the slightly mocking gaze of the other soldiers, when the soldiers from East Blue stepped forward for the test, it felt like going to the gallows. Daniel took a few deep breaths, trying to calm his nerves. With all his might, he punched the target in front of him. 169 kgf, next. The instructor sighed almost imperceptibly. The difference between the soldiers from East Blue and those from other places was indeed too significant. 169 kgf, and it's still not as high as one of our female soldiers. Really? Can someone with such strength even participate in the Marine training camp? Is the selection standard in the East Blue too low? Understand this, we're here because there are only so many slots, and they're here because they only have this many people. Daniel felt ashamed when he heard the words of the people around him. His strength was not limited to this. Initially, during the first selection, he had 200 kgf. It's just that in such a situation, he was too nervous and his performance was abnormal. 172 kgf, next. 200 kgf, next. As the test results came out one by one, the disdainful voices of the other soldiers grew louder. The tested soldiers stood with their heads down, occasionally glancing at Byakuya. Even the soldiers who went up for testing looked at Byakuya before going up. Byakuya was surprised by their reaction. What are you all looking at me for? You don't want me to go up and shock everyone, do you? Byakuya waited until last to make a move to observe everyone's average strength. It's not good to show too little strength either. A mid to late number is more reliable. Byakuya, the East Blue is relying on you. Show your true strength and regain face for us. We believe in you. With your strength, you'll shock them out of their eyes. Faced with their trust, Byakuya felt speechless. What are you doing? I don't want to show off, I just want to act like a waste. Just as Byakuya was torn between heaven and man, the system prompt suddenly sounded. Congratulations, host, for activating a random mission, obtain first place in the entrance test. Completing the mission will reward you with 200 points of world source power. Damn, even the system is encouraging me. In the face of world source power, all thoughts of underdog comebacks and hiding one's strength are thrown aside. Let's just do it. Byakuya looked at the expectant eyes of the crowd and said firmly. Rest assured, upholding the glory of the East Blue is an obligation for me. The soldiers watching on the sidelines also noticed the actions of the East Blue soldiers looking at Byakuya frequently and couldn't help but speculate. What's going on with the East Blue side? Why do they keep looking at the person in front? Could it be because he's handsome? A female soldier swooned, he's indeed very handsome. A burly man beside them, jealous, said, what's the use of being handsome? Being handsome doesn't fill your belly. Look at his physique, it's a struggle even to fight someone weighing 150 kgf. Soon it was Byakuya's turn to take the stage, and as Byakuya took the stage, it was obvious that the momentum of the soldiers from the East Blue had completely changed. No longer as despondent as before, everyone seemed to be expecting something to happen. Even the instructor was a bit puzzled by the contrast between the East Blue soldiers before and after. Someone reasoned, could it be that this person is the strongest among the East Blue soldiers, so they are so eager? A companion retorted, what's the use of being the strongest in the East Blue? Aren't we all the strongest among us? Quake, impatiently, said, shut your mouths. Just watch and you'll see. Seeing Quake speak up, the others had to quiet down and watch Byakuya's performance quietly. At this moment, Byakuya taking the stage was like a big star under everyone's gaze, with nearly 600 people watching him intently. Byakuya walked up to the testing machine, feeling the burning gaze from behind, murmuring, since I have to act tough, then I'll give you guys a big show and scare you to death. Only to see Byakuya clenching his right fist towards the target, slowly extending it. When it was 2 centimeters away from the target, he suddenly stopped. His thumb rested on his index finger, the other 3 fingers extended. Everyone was baffled by Byakuya's actions. What is this guy trying to do? A brother with a unique mindset said, is he trying to hit the target with his finger? This big brother guessed it right. The index finger suddenly flicked, and with the flick, there was even a deafening explosion. Boom! The target, which had withstood many tests without a scratch, instantly collapsed like putty. The next moment, amidst everyone's incredulous expressions, the entire testing machine was thrown backward by a terrifying force, flying back dozens of meters in an instant, and then crashing into the wall, leaving a deep hole. Oops, looks like I used a bit too much force. Byakuya acts innocent. Chapter 33, Death. The crowd looked at Byakuya with eyes wide in disbelief. Destroy the testing machine so far with just one finger. Was this even a human? If that flick landed on a person, it would be an incredibly gruesome sight. Just the thought of being classmates with such a person for 3 years filled everyone with despair. How would they even have a chance to compete when Byakuya was going to overshadow them so much? Especially for someone like Quirk, who thought he was the best in this class and even had more tricks up his sleeve. But now, it seemed there was no point in using them. He was already thinking about requesting to drop out from Zephyr and rejoining the next training camp after Byakuya graduated. After all, being the top graduate of the training camp often came with its ship, a privilege usually only granted to vice admirals. Only a few rear admirals got this special treatment. Most top graduates were granted the rank of rear admiral upon graduation. Someone like Smoker, who willingly applied to return home as a captain, was an exception. The instructors watched Byakuya leave with a mixture of awe and amusement. How am I even supposed to record his scores? One instructor wondered. Should he mark down punched a testing machine across the field? In the following tests, Byakuya continued to amaze everyone. Whether it was weightlifting, speed tests, or other physical tests, Byakuya's scores were the best in the training camp, far ahead of the second best. At the end of the tests, the instructors were left in a daze. Even when they dismissed the soldiers were still in shock and disbelief. Even the East Blue soldiers weren't as excited anymore. They knew Byakuya was strong and capable of defeating Captain Smoker. But they never expected him to be so overwhelmingly strong, especially considering Byakuya was just 18 while some of them were nearing 30. What chance did they even have? One of the instructors took the test results and headed to Zephyr's office. It was Zephyr's practice to review each soldier's situation and tailor a suitable training plan for them. Since everyone started at a different level, a common training approach wouldn't work for everyone. Zephyr noticed the instructor's somewhat troubled expression as he took the test results. Why the long face? Were the test results particularly bad this year? Zephyr opened the report and began to review the scores. These aren't bad at all. Oh, this Quake fellow is quite impressive. He should be a focus of our training program. After reviewing the results from the other Blues, Zephyr allowed himself a small smile. This batch of recruits looks promising. Once they graduate, we'll be able to add a significant number of valuable members to the Marines. However, when it came to the East Blue results, Zephyr didn't seem interested. He quickly glanced over the first 2 scores before dismissing them. Sigh, the Marines in East Blue have been getting worse and worse over the years. We should consider cutting down their quotas. Chief Instructor, you should look further down the report. There's a surprise waiting for you. A surprise from East Blue? Zephyr raised his eyebrows, puzzled. A surprise indeed. The instructor was looking forward to Zephyr's reaction when he saw Byakuya's scores. Zephyr continued to flip through the report. What kind of surprise can there possibly be here? It wasn't until Zephyr got to Byakuya's scores that he shot out of his chair. Byakuya had come in first in all the tests. Instructor Cook, can you explain to me what flick testing machine means? Cook recounted the events as they had happened. Flicked it away and destroyed it with just one finger? The testing machines were rare devices in the Marines, known for their durability. They could withstand the strength of rear admirals. But Byakuya had flicked and destroyed it away with just one finger. Zephyr suddenly remembered what Garp had said to him before leaving, that Byakuya had single-handedly taken down 10 or so pirate crews in East Blue. At the time, Zephyr had assumed Garp was exaggerating, trying to give himself face. He thought those pirate crews must have been small time. But who would have thought that Byakuya's strength was truly this impressive? Garp, he wasn't lying. This kid is just here for a vacation. Byakuya hadn't let Smoker report his achievements in taking down the pirates. After all, his efforts would only elevate him from an ensign to a commander, or at most a captain. Nowhere near a junior admiral. Byakuya knew that being at the top of his class would guarantee him at least the rank of lieutenant commander. So he wasn't too concerned about his previous achievements and left Smoker to handle them as he saw fit. Cook was in a difficult spot. Chief Instructor Zephyr, tomorrow I'm supposed to start training them. But is there any point in training Byakuya? I think he could survive just fine if we threw him into the new world. Zephyr understood what Cook was implying. Asking a weaker individual to train someone significantly stronger would be ridiculous. Do not worry, I'll personally oversee Byakuya's training. You just focus on the other students. Cook let out a sigh of relief. The last thing he wanted was for Byakuya to lose his patience and snap back at him with a finger flick. He doubted his bones were tougher than the testing machine. The next day, Byakuya learned that he didn't need to train with the other students. This didn't surprise him at all. Exceptional talents like him usually received special treatment, even if those talents were aided by some unfair advantage. One testing machine costs 50 million belly. Repairing the training room wall costs 20 million belly. The total comes to 70 million belly. I hope you can pay this back soon, were the first words Byakuya heard from Zephyr upon meeting him. That alone made Byakuya want to drop out. What kind of training camp was this? It was nothing short of a scam. There had been no mention of this when he was asked to test his strength. Byakuya tried to argue, Instructor Zephyr, this doesn't seem fair. Who knew that that machine was so easy to destroy? Zephyr, looking at the young Byakuya, offered a slight smile. In this camp, my word is law. Fine, you're the boss. I'll pay the fee. But when I've learned what I need to, there will come a time when you'll regret this, old man. Chapter 34, Moonstep. In the entire Marine organization, Zephyr's level of teaching ranks in the top 3. If you don't count the Fleet Admiral and current Supreme Commander of the 3 military branches, Kong, then Zephyr is number 1. No one would argue with this. 3 military branch, CPs, Marines, and 7 warlords. After all, Zephyr trained the current 3 admirals of the Marine, and at least 1/3 of the Marine high-ranking officers have been under Zephyr's guidance. However, in the story arcs, Zephyr is a tragic character. He devoted his life to the Marine only to be betrayed and, eventually, die at the hands of his former student Kizaru. Byakuya's decision to join the Marine elite training camp was influenced in part by Zephyr's teaching capabilities. He aimed to learn the 6 forms of the Marine and the 2 forms of haki from Zephyr. In the world of One Piece, the strength of characters is tied to their physical abilities, regardless of whether they possess devil fruit powers. No powerful character has a strong devil fruit ability but a weak body. The 4 emperors, Yonko, of the sea have monstrous physical strength. Byakuya's regular integration of the template keeps strengthening his body, essentially laying a strong foundation. However, he still needs methods to maximize his potential. Saitama doesn't need specialized abilities like martial arts because his power far exceeds any enemy he faces with his punch. Based on his understanding of Saitama templates, at first, he thought that each percentage he improved showed how strong he was with Saitama. But the truth for these templates is just to unlock Saitama's ability, which is a limit breaker. Why it's not shown in the shop instead? Why other superpowers can appear in the shop/gift and be integrated 100%? He doesn't know why, even the system did not explain it. But he guesses a reason for it. Unlike Saitama's limit breaker, any superpower is constrained by the limits of that world-verse law. For limit breakers, Saitama can get stronger to an absurd level that he just needs one punch to kill his opponent. However, Saitama also can stop getting stronger if he does not face any challenges, like when faces Cosmic Garu. He gets beaten by Cosmic Garu, but immediately he can power up quickly to the point where just sneezing can destroy Jupiter. Based on Byakuya's personality, he might eventually face off against the emperors. To continue enjoying his carefree life in the new world, Byakuya must squeeze everything out of Zephyr, so that he can unlock his limit breaker and not be constrained by his limit on how he can get stronger. Zephyr-sensei, what will I learn today? Byakuya asked. Let's start with the most basic Marine 6 styles. Today, I will teach you the moonstep, Zephyr answered, observing Byakuya with undisguised approval. As a master who doesn't rely on devil fruit abilities, Zephyr appreciated students like Byakuya, who has incredible physical prowess without a fruit ability. The Marine 6 styles are not commonly known. Generally, only Marines with the rank of Rear Admiral and above can perform the 6 styles, but not everyone can master them. Zephyr explained, the moonstep involves using powerful footwork to step on air, creating strong upward thrust and allowing you to climb stairs in the sky, though it can't keep you in the air for long. But that's for regular individuals. If your stamina is sufficient, you can stay in the sky for as long as you want. Of course, this is just a saying since no one has infinite stamina. Zephyr then demonstrated the moonstep himself so that Byakuya could learn by observing. Zephyr extended his foot and tapped on the air as if stepping on a solid surface, instantly propelling himself into the air. He moved freely in the sky with remarkable agility. Pay attention to how you exert force with your steps. It shouldn't be too much or too little, it should be just enough to propel you into the air effectively, Zephyr instructed. He demonstrated the moonstep a few more times before asking Byakuya to give it a try. Following Zephyr's demonstration, Byakuya attempted to use the moonstep. He pushed down on the air with his foot, and his entire body shot up like a rocket, leaving a clear footprint on the ground. It took a while for Byakuya to come back down from the air. Zephyr, seeing Byakuya's somewhat awkward landing, smiled slightly but said nothing. The moonstep isn't about how strong you are, it relies on a specific technique and finesse. Byakuya calmed himself and tried again, but his foot failed to exert enough force on the air, resulting in no change. Zephyr, watching Byakuya's attempts, chuckled and said, "Don't get discouraged. The moonstep isn't easy to learn, especially at the beginning. Even Garp and I took nearly a month to grasp the basics of the moonstep initially. So, don't rush it." While Byakuya was contemplating the technique of the moonstep, a notification suddenly rang out in his mind. Congratulations! The host has activated the moonstep skill. Would you like to learn it? Of course, Byakuya accepted without hesitation. Special skills, King's Engine, Moonstep LV1, plus. Level 1 represents the most basic form, the state Zephyr had described as just the entry level. Byakuya noticed a plus sign next to the skill level, indicating potential for improvement. He decided to test it out and received another system prompt. Would you like to use a world energy source to enhance skill proficiency? Whoa, who knew world energy could be used like this? Byakuya had expected it would take at least 6 months to master the 6 styles. This was even with his confidence in his natural talent. With the system offering an instant boost, even skill proficiency could be improved in no time. The system's thoughtfulness was commendable. Byakuya decided to spend a bit of his world power. Moonstep's skill proficiency increased by 10%, current level, LV1-10%. Suddenly, a few more details about the moonstep technique appeared in Byakuya's mind. Though not much, for a novice like Byakuya, they provided significant guidance. Byakuya couldn't help but be overjoyed because the moonstep would be quite useful for him. Since he wasn't a Logia-type devil fruit user and couldn't fly for long periods, the moonstep offered increased mobility and agility. Looking at the likes of Big Mom, one of the 4 emperors of the sea, who faced issues with her inability to fly and the loss of Prometheus, repeatedly being thrown down waterfalls without sustaining injuries but losing face, Byakuya recognized the importance of mastering the moonstep. Byakuya tried leveling up the moonstep skill to level 2 and found it would require 2 points of world energy. He experimented with increasing the skill level and spent a total of 150 points of world energy to elevate the moonstep skill to level 4. He felt his mastery over the moonstep was now exceptional, even compared to Zephyr, and on par with top-tier marine vice admirals. Zephyr-sensei, could you observe my execution of the moonstep and let me know where I could improve? Byakuya asked. Zephyr smiled and said, of course, feel free to demonstrate, and I'll point out any mistakes. Byakuya lightly tapped the air with his toe, soaring upwards like a launched arrow. Zephyr watched as Byakuya vanished into the sky, initially smiling, thinking, young people are always, Zephyr sensed something was wrong and turned around, only to find Byakuya standing in midair as if walking on solid ground, smiling back at him. Zephyr nearly popped his eyes out of their sockets. How is this even possible? Chapter 35, Zephyr-sensei. Zephyr tentatively asked, have you mastered moonstep? In truth, there was no need to ask, as anyone with eyes could see that Byakuya had not just mastered moonstep but had surpassed expectations. However, Zephyr still couldn't believe what he was seeing. Just 5 minutes earlier, he had been reassuring Byakuya not to be discouraged and had used himself and Garp as examples to encourage Byakuya. He mentioned that they had taken a month to grasp the basics of moonstep. But Byakuya immediately turned around and fully mastered moonstep, using it easily. This was a complete face slap, but thankfully, no one else heard his earlier words. Ahem, although you performed well with moonstep this time, some minor issues still need correcting. To maintain his dignity, Zephyr pointed out trivial and insignificant issues. Byakuya didn't expose Zephyr, showing a respectful attitude and listening intently to what Zephyr said, taking notes on every detail. This deepened Zephyr's appreciation for Byakuya, who lacked arrogance and respected his elders. Zephyr saw potential in Byakuya and began to consider him as a disciple. Zephyr had already taught the 3 admirals, proving his teaching abilities matched his strength. However, all 3 admirals were Logia-type devil fruit users, with top-tier abilities. This led some to question Zephyr's role, as they believed these admirals would have become great without his guidance. Moreover, Zephyr regretted not training a student who relied solely on physical strength. Byakuya seemed the perfect choice to fill this regret and continue Zephyr's legacy. Zephyr openly expressed his praise, saying, I never expected you to have such talent. I want to be your teacher and pass on everything I've learned in my life. What do you think? Zephyr's offer caught Byakuya off guard. Although Zephyr had been teaching Byakuya as an instructor, their relationship was merely that of teacher and student. In 3 years, when Byakuya graduated, their relationship would naturally fade. However, becoming Zephyr's disciple would solidify their bond. Byakuya knew he would carry Zephyr's mark if he accepted the offer, and any wrongdoing could tarnish Zephyr's reputation. Nevertheless, Byakuya decided to accept Zephyr's offer. He had long admired Zephyr, thinking someone like him shouldn't have met such a tragic end in the anime. Byakuya made up his mind. Since you are willing to teach me wholeheartedly, I will do my best to prevent that incident from happening. Then, if I acknowledge you as my teacher, can you waive the 70 million berry debt? Zephyr laughed, that's impossible, rules are rules. TSK, you are such a stingy teacher. Ha ha ha, you're no better yourself. They exchanged a knowing look, and both felt a warm sense of camaraderie. Congratulations, host. You have become a disciple of Black Arm Zephyr and earned 1,000 world points. Byakuya didn't expect to receive a double blessing and felt even more elated. Over the following month, under Zephyr's dedicated instruction, Byakuya mastered all of the Marine 6 forms and became quite proficient in them. This progress was thanks to the system, which allowed Byakuya to quickly get started. Byakuya opened his current status panel. Host, Byakuya. Template, One Punch Man, Saitama. Fusion level, 17%. World points, 602. Fusion level 17% to 18%, requires 800 world points. Special skills, King's Engine, Moonstep LV5, Max, Paper Drawing LV4, plus, iron body LV4, plus, finger pistol LV4, plus, tempest kick LV3, plus, shave LV5, max. Byakuya used world points to improve moonstep and shave, while he trained diligently to raise his proficiency in the other 4 forms. Having a Marine Admiral as a sparring partner who can constantly point out his weaknesses and share his years of battle experience is like having an excellent guide. Byakuya could finally appreciate the advantages of being Zephyr's disciple. Although his fusion level didn't progress, his physical capabilities saw an improvement. Yet, Byakuya felt confident that he could defeat his former self with the skills and experience he had gained. Zephyr was very pleased with Byakuya's progress over the month, even publicly declaring, "My disciple Byakuya has the potential to become a Marine Admiral." He repeatedly thanked Garp for sending Byakuya to the elite training camp, making Garp feel annoyed about it for days. As a result, Garp asked Sengoku to leave again, saying he needed to go home to educate his grandson, Luffy, to strive to become a Marine Admiral. As for his methods? Well, they were bound to be quite harsh, likely leaving Luffy with a head full of bumps for the foreseeable future. An uninhabited island not far from Marine headquarters echoed with thunderous booms. In the sky, 2 figures clashed repeatedly, occasionally launching slashes of several meters in length. The surrounding trees fell like harvested wheat under the intense battle. Wild animals fled the forest in a frenzy as if something was terrifying within. A youthful voice echoed from deep within the forest, "Zephyr-sensei, your punches aren't as strong as they were a month ago. That's because your body has gotten thicker and more resilient to hits." Byakuya and Zephyr stood hundreds of meters apart, yet in the next moment, they were right in front of each other, launching powerful punches. Boom! An invisible shockwave spread from their fists, lifting the fallen trees in its wake and lowering the island's ground level by a meter. The island's animals were on the verge of tears. If only they could build boats, they'd take off. Ever since these 2 monsters arrived on the island a month ago, the island's landscape changed dramatically with their battles. The lush forest was shaved down, and the island's area shrunk by 1/10. At this rate, the island would be swallowed by the sea before long. This was Zephyr's chosen method to teach Byakuya how to harness his haki more effectively. Nothing accelerates improvement like real combat. Chapter 36, Monthly Assessment. Have you grasped how to train armament haki? I have some insight, but I haven't mastered it yet. Byakuya recalled the recent battles and the feeling during the match with Zephyr. Byakuya was just beginning his training in haki and could only understand it through practice. Seeing Byakuya deep in thought, Zephyr smiled. "Don't pressure yourself too much. You've already surpassed my expectations by mastering the Marine 6 styles in just 1 month. However, as someone who's been through it all, I suggest you focus on mastering Iron Body and Paper Art first. Iron Body is a weaker version of armament haki. When activated, it provides similar defensive properties, but you can't move while using it. Paper Art is akin to a weaker version of observation haki. You can sense incoming attacks and your body instinctively reacts to them. The drawback is its limited range. If you can master these 2 skills, you may soon grasp armament and observation haki. It's clear why an experienced person is invaluable. Without direct experience, no one would know these 2 techniques can help in mastering haki." Byakuya felt a sense of urgency about haki, but he wasn't overly anxious. He had only been at the Marine training camp for about a month, and there was still plenty of time. Even Luffy took 2 years to master haki. So Byakuya was taking it easy. Once he understands the system's existence, as long as he has enough world energy, nothing will be a problem. Byakuya smiled. "Don't worry, Sensei, I know that training like this can't be rushed." Zephyr nodded. "That's good to hear. By the way, today is the monthly assessment for recruits. Do you want to take a look?" Zephyr suggested this to give Byakuya a day off since he had been training day and night for the past month. Byakuya was puzzled. "Monthly assessment? Why didn't I receive any notice about this? Why would we notify you?" Zephyr responded in frustration. "With your strength, you'd just end up bullying the newcomers. What's the point? Hey, I'm a newcomer too. You hardly count as a newcomer, wait, Zephyr paused, realizing that Byakuya technically was a newcomer and one of the younger ones in the camp. Others in his age group excelled mainly due to having devil fruit abilities, many of which were quite powerful, enabling them to dominate their peers. Physical strength generally peaks in middle age because their bodies aren't as strong as when they were young. Even Zephyr and Garp at the age of 18 only showed slightly greater strength than their peers. It was only later that they entered a period of rapid growth. But Byakuya, this kid, is this strong at 18, making Zephyr want to dissect him and research how someone at 18 could be this strong. Alright, I won't go, no. I must go. Byakuya initially thought he wouldn't go. He knew his strength would only lead to a massacre, which wouldn't be much fun. But halfway through his sentence, Byakuya heard the system prompt in his mind. Congratulations, host. You've triggered the task. Each monthly assessment achieved the first place for reward 200 points of world energy. Here we go again. Byakuya couldn't help but complain about the system prompt. You might as well rename yourself Overachiever System, making me always take first place, excel in all areas, and aim to be the top student, the one with the most badges. But despite his grumbling, Byakuya was happy with the system's task. With his abilities, the 200 points of world energy seemed like a gift. Moreover, Byakuya noted that the system's phrasing was each assessment, meaning Byakuya could potentially earn 2,400 points of world energy every year. That's a stable income, with a 3-year tenure. He almost had a drool on his face before he snapped out of it. Byakuya walked up to Zephyr and said, "Teacher, I must participate in this month's assessment. Give me a good reason why you must participate. Let's see if you can convince me." Zephyr remarked, unimpressed. To Zephyr, it seemed that Byakuya simply wanted to showcase his immense strength to his peers, much like a child showing off their favorite toy. But looking at Byakuya's still somewhat youthful face, Zephyr couldn't help but think to himself that the little monster before him was indeed just a kid. Byakuya had already prepared his speech, speaking gravely. "Teacher, I'm not just participating in the assessment for myself. It's also for you, for my peers, and for the Marines." Byakuya's grand declaration nearly made Zephyr lose his footing. Byakuya's desire to go and show off his strength was something Zephyr didn't intend to stop him from doing. After all, the boy was still young, and wanting to show off was normal. But Byakuya's grand speech about doing it for Zephyr, the students, and the Marines made it sound like Zephyr was the one trying to prevent Byakuya from participating in the assessment, which would be a great offense in Byakuya's mind. Zephyr responded gruffly, "Tell me your reasons." Byakuya took on a serious expression and began, "First, for you, teacher. When I first joined the training camp, you took me under your wing, constantly teaching me. I remember this kindness, and I want to showcase my growth in front of them to prove your exceptional teaching skills." Zephyr couldn't help but smirk. "That's a stretch, but I'll accept it. What's next?" "Second, for my peers. By showing them the gap between our abilities, I want to give them a clear target to strive for, motivating them to improve themselves." Zephyr's smile faded slightly as he listened, but he encouraged Byakuya to go on. "Third, for the Marines. Those chosen for the elite training camp are among the best in the Marines, and each loss represents a significant blow. By displaying my strength, I hope to instill in them a clear understanding of the power of the strong, fostering a healthy respect for it. This way, when they graduate, they won't make rash decisions that could cost them their lives in the face of greater opponents." Zephyr felt like he was finally starting to understand Byakuya better. He said with a hint of amusement, "Byakuya, have you ever considered a career in the world government? I feel you're too talented to be just a Marine. Your eloquence overshadows even your remarkable aptitude for politician." Chapter 37, Participate. The monthly assessment at the elite training camp is of paramount importance to the recruits. The performance in each assessment is recorded and plays a crucial role in determining their graduation ratings. The higher the rating, the better the position they can secure upon graduation. Even though Byakuya's dominance makes it clear that no one else can aim for the top spot, the rest of the recruits still aim to fight for the second place. Before the start of the assessment, one of the recruits asked the instructor, "Instructor, will Byakuya be participating in the monthly assessment?" This was a question on everyone's mind, as they were concerned about the possibility of facing Byakuya in the first round, which would affect their overall performance. The instructor paused for a moment, but given his familiarity with Chief Instructor Zephyr, he believed Byakuya would not participate, so he smiled and told the recruits, "You don't have to worry, Byakuya is not expected to participate in this assessment, so it won't affect your scores." Upon hearing the instructor's words, the recruits collectively breathed a sigh of relief. They were glad that the formidable Byakuya wouldn't be participating. Quake immediately spoke up, "If Byakuya isn't here, the top spot is mine to claim." Quake's physique had significantly improved over the past month, showing just how hard he had trained. His supporters began cheering him on, "Go Quake!" Another recruit, Fergus, countered, "You're being too quick to speak, Quake. That top spot will be mine." Fergus' followers immediately shouted, "Fergus will be the top recruit." The tension between Quake and Fergus heightened as the two sides faced off, looking as though they were about to engage in battle. Over the past month, the recruits had naturally formed three factions. The first was composed of Marine Headquarters recruits, led by the formidable Quake. The second faction consisted of a mix of North, South, and West Blue recruits, with Fergus emerging as their leader. The final faction was made up of East Blue recruits, with Byakuya as their undisputed leader, even though Byakuya himself wasn't aware of this dynamic. Although this faction had the fewest recruits and the overall weakest strength, they were bolstered by Byakuya's reputation, so Quake and Fergus avoided provoking them. The recruits from East Blue also knew better than to cause trouble for Byakuya, so they all lived in relative harmony for the past month. Watching the recruits shout challenges at one another, the instructors did not intervene. Instead, they smiled knowingly. This kind of healthy competition between recruits was something the instructors encouraged. After all, these were young, energetic men and women, and a little competitive spirit was a good thing. Cook, the instructor, saw that it was time to begin the assessment. "I declare the first monthly assessment officially." "Wait, I'll be hosting this monthly assessment." Zephyr and Byakuya suddenly appeared before everyone. Zephyr ultimately agreed to let Byakuya participate in the monthly assessment after being persuaded by Byakuya's arguments. While Zephyr did not fully believe Byakuya's somewhat far-fetched justifications, he couldn't help but be moved by Byakuya's determination to participate. He decided to let Byakuya take part, provided he would go easy on the other recruits. The crowd of over 600 recruits was stunned to see the two suddenly appear. Chief Instructor Zephyr and Byakuya. Cook hesitantly asked, "Chief Instructor, this..." Zephyr answered calmly, "Isn't this the monthly assessment? So I've brought Byakuya here to participate." The 600 recruits all collectively swallowed a nervous gulp. Byakuya was going to take part in the assessment. Quake and Fergus, who had been fired up and ready to compete for the top spot, now felt a deep sense of despair. Nearly 600 recruits had a betrayed eye and all turned to Cook, the instructor. He said Byakuya wouldn't be participating in the assessment. "Why is he here now? You got us all excited for nothing." Cook was feeling the pressure from the despair looks and, with a mournful expression, said, "Chief Instructor, Byakuya's level of strength doesn't necessitate his participation in the assessment." Before Zephyr could respond, Byakuya lifted his head and said, "Cook, am I not a recruit?" Cook almost blurts out, "You're not just a recruit, you only look like..." But under Byakuya's intimidating gaze, Cook could only concede, "Yes, you're a recruit." "Then can I participate in the monthly assessment?" Before Cook could answer, Byakuya made a gesture of flicking his finger at the air in front of Cook. Although each flick was aimed at the air and caused no actual harm, Cook felt each flick as though it was hitting him right between the eyes. Recalling the fate of the unfortunate punch testing machine, Cook realized this was a clear threat. Cook was on the verge of tears, his big, watery eyes pleading with Zephyr as if saying, "Help me." Zephyr, however, looked up at the sky, remarking, "Oh, today's weather is quite nice. The sun is shining. It's a good day for an assessment." But when everyone else looked up, all they could see was cloudy skies, as if a catastrophe were about to strike. Oh, wait, no need for as if the catastrophe was before them, Byakuya. Seeing that even Zephyr was letting this slide, Cook could only concede, "Yes, you can." Byakuya's face lit up with joy. "Good, then." The other recruits wore expressions of despair. How is this even fair anymore? Even the chief instructor is siding with Byakuya. What will these 3 years be like? Might as well rename this the Byakuya training camp. Byakuya flashed to the testing stage and confidently declared, "Just a moment ago, I heard you all shouting about fighting and defeating each other. Are you all just competing for second place?" Quake. Fergus. Cook. Zephyr silently cursed. He knew Byakuya was here to show off and didn't even try hiding it. But then again, with Byakuya's current level of strength, it would take someone extraordinary to take him down. In other words, as long as Byakuya didn't go out looking for trouble, he could keep up his bravado for a long time. Zephyr started to feel grateful he was not in the same era as Byakuya and didn't have to deal with him if he's same age as him. Thinking of this makes Zephyr shudder. Having Garp is enough for him. Chapter 38, Unexpected Audience. Seeing that no one spoke up, Byakuya's arrogance remained unchanged. "Seeing as your strength is too weak, I'll give you all a chance. All of you can come at me at once." The soldiers, who had been silent and subdued, now raised their heads and looked at Byakuya. One person challenging all the trainees at once? This was unheard of in the history of the Marine Elite Training Camp. Even when it came to Akainu, Kizaru, and Akiji, they never attempted something so outlandish during their training. Even Zephyr was taken aback. He thought Byakuya just came to show off a little, but it seemed Byakuya wanted to do something much bigger. Is this kid insane? However, given Zephyr's understanding of Byakuya's abilities, he still believed Byakuya could handle these recruits. Everything was under control. As the leaders of the two largest groups of trainees, Quake and Fergus exchanged a long look, seeming to consider the possibility of working together against Byakuya. If this were a romantic scene between a man and a woman, the look in their eyes would have been charged with emotion. Instead, it was more akin to two blind people staring at each other. Seeing no one speak, Byakuya raised the stakes further. "You guys are too useless. So let's up the challenge. I'll take on all of you as well as the 10 instructors present. Come at me together." "Wait, that includes us?" Cook's eyes widened, and he started cracking his knuckles in anticipation. This kid had threatened him earlier, and now he had the chance to get even. When some instructors hesitated, Cook quickly persuaded them. "If this rookie dares to challenge us as a group, we can't back down. We have to uphold the reputation of the instructors group. How will we teach future recruits if we're afraid of a rookie who's been here for just a month? Are we going to let them say the instructor group is scared of a newbie?" Cook's words convinced the instructors who were initially hesitant, and they agreed to join in the attack. Cook's persuasion was key, but Byakuya's arrogant demeanor was also quite provoking. Cook didn't bother keeping his voice low, so Byakuya heard every word. Byakuya looked at Cook with a bright smile that sent shivers down Cook's spine and made the flicking motion of a finger. "This kid is still threatening me?" Cook was shocked. Cook's success in rallying all the instructors wasn't enough for him. He wanted to rope Zephyr in as well, arguing that Byakuya's actions were challenging the reputation of the entire Marine Elite Training Camp. If Zephyr didn't take action, it would be hard to justify. Zephyr didn't doubt that if Cook kept speaking, he would end up suggesting that they recall the 3 admirals who had graduated from the training camp to take on Byakuya. Cough. "I won't get involved in this. I'll just oversee this assessment." Zephyr hesitated for a while and finally declined. In truth, Zephyr was extremely tempted, very tempted in fact, to join in on ganging up on Byakuya. Just the thought of it was thrilling. Watching Byakuya's arrogant demeanor infuriated Zephyr. Back when he became an admiral, he was never this arrogant. Yet, here was this rookie acting all high and mighty. How could this go unpunished? But Zephyr was also afraid. Byakuya was the most promising student he had encountered in his over 30 years of teaching. He had never seen someone more outstanding than Byakuya. If he joined in and scared Byakuya away, he wouldn't know where to cry. So he chose to observe from the sidelines and would not interfere. Seeing he couldn't persuade Zephyr, Cook said nothing further. He figured their combined forces should be enough. The group of instructors consisted of 10 teachers, 3 vice admirals, and 7 rear admirals. This kind of lineup was enough to handle notorious pirates with bounties exceeding 1 billion. In addition, the elite Marines from various branches brought in skilled individuals with ranks between lieutenant and captain. The combined strength totaled 590 people. Some were as strong as the Marine HQ captains, while the weakest among them were akin to lieutenants. All in all, Byakuya was challenging a group of 600 people. When Byakuya declared his intention to challenge all the recruits and the instructors, the news spread like wildfire across the entire Marine headquarters. Although the people didn't know Byakuya personally, they had heard his name. Rumor had it that Zephyr had personally taken him as a disciple and had declared, "My disciple Byakuya has the potential to become an admiral." Many thought that becoming an admiral was not easy. The title denoted being the pinnacle of marine power. Moreover, since Byakuya wasn't a devil fruit user, they believed Zephyr's words were just for show. However, within just a month, Byakuya was now challenging all the recruits and the instructors. All around, people could be seen hastening toward the training camp. Vice Admiral Bastille, what's going on? There's an exciting event happening at the training camp. You have to hurry, or you might miss it. Rear Admiral Mori, are you also going to watch the event at the training camp? Of course. I want to get a good spot to watch. Inside the office of the Fleet Admiral, Sengoku had just finished his tasks and was about to treat himself to a donut when he noticed the streets bustling with Vice Admirals and Rear Admirals, all using Soryu and Jeppo to rush in the same direction. Sengoku was puzzled. Had he not heard any signs of combat, he would have thought pirates were attacking Marine headquarters. He quickly asked a soldier outside, who informed him of Byakuya's intentions. Sengoku was intrigued and immediately headed to the training camp. Meanwhile, at the docks, Garp disembarked from his ship with a gloomy expression. He had just run into Akiji, who had just returned from a mission. Garp was Akiji's former superior. Before becoming an admiral, Akiji had been by Garp's side, almost like his apprentice. Although Akiji was now an admiral and Garp a vice admiral, Akiji still treated Garp with great respect. Garp-san, was your vacation not satisfactory? Ugh, let's not talk about that. Garp waved his hand irritably, his frustration evident. He had admired Zephyr for taking such an excellent disciple. That's why he took a vacation to Windmill Village to teach his grandson, Luffy, how to become an outstanding Marine. But over the past month, Luffy refused to become a Marine, insisting on becoming a pirate and leading to set sail. Garp had nearly tried to hammer some sense into his grandson's head, yet Luffy remained steadfast in his resolve, leaving Garp utterly worn out. Moreover, his vacation time was up, so he could only return, dejected. Thinking about these things, Garp couldn't help but curse the red-haired Shanks for luring his unsuspecting grandson. If it weren't for Shanks' influence, Luffy would have already become an excellent Marine, saving Garp a lot of trouble. Achoo! What's going on? Am I catching a cold? Shanks examined himself, thinking he must have just had an itchy nose. Garp and Akiji prepared to report back to Marine headquarters, only to discover many people rushing toward the training camp. After asking around, they found out Byakuya was planning to challenge all the recruits and instructors. The news left them astounded, while Garp was also frustrated. After all, he was the one who introduced Byakuya to Zephyr, and he never expected Byakuya's potential to be so high. Therefore, they also hurried to the training camp. Regardless of whether Byakuya would win or lose, his name would undoubtedly echo throughout Marine headquarters. Inside the training camp, as Zephyr was about to announce the start of the assessment, he saw former students of the training camp, now officers wearing captain-level uniforms, sitting in the same seats they used before. Zephyr, your disciple is stirring up quite the commotion. Sengoku, you came too. I just wrapped up some work, so I came to see what's going on. Sengoku looked at the people gathering and sighed. The high-ranking officers didn't even attend the recent meeting this promptly. Sengoku settled down in a high spot, and just as he did, Garp and Akiji arrived beside him. Garp, Akiji, weren't you on vacation and out on a mission? Akiji held a deep respect for Zephyr. Zephyr-sensei, I happened to meet Vice Admiral Garp at the port and heard about what was going on here, so I decided to join in as well. Garp was feeling particularly agitated about Luffy's situation and spoke gruffly. Zephyr, is that kid Byakuya up to the task? We've gathered all these people to watch him. If he loses, won't we all have come here for nothing? Hearing Garp's displeased tone, Zephyr felt immensely satisfied, retorting with a smile. Garp, you need to have confidence in the person you brought from the East Blue. You old fool! If I hadn't brought Byakuya from the East Blue and given him to you, would you have found such a talented disciple? That's because you were blind and didn't recognize Byakuya's talent. If you had, would you have handed him over to me? The two old men in their 60s and 70s started arguing with each other right in front of everyone, even spitting at each other. Akiji, despite being a Marine Admiral, knew he couldn't step in to mediate between the two. He turned to Sengoku, hoping for his intervention. Fleet Admiral Sengoku, aren't you going to calm them down? Sengoku sighed in exasperation. These two were already old, yet here they were bickering like children in front of so many young people. Even though he wished to stop them, their antics seemed harmless enough. Watching the two men continue to argue, he could see their expressions softening. Eventually, Sengoku decided to break up the argument. All right, let's get the assessment started. You're both losing phase for the older generation. Hearing Sengoku's words, the two men stopped their argument, and the room calmed down. Meanwhile, the recruits and instructors in the training camp were dumbfounded. Why was such a fuss being made over a monthly assessment at the Marine Elite Training Camp? This kind of assessment took place every month, so why were so many top officers present? Sengoku, Fleet Admiral of the Marines. Garp, Marine Hero. Zephyr, former Marine Admiral and current Chief Instructor. Akiji, current Marine Admiral. Around the room sat several high-ranking officials, 7 Marine Vice Admirals, 22 Marine Rear Admirals, and nearly 100 Commodore and Captain. Such a formidable gathering of senior Marines could easily take on 2 of the 4 Emperor's crews, yet they had come just to observe a monthly assessment? Or was it simply to witness Byakuya's part in the assessment? The pressure was immense, but also an opportunity for motivation. Whether instructors or recruits, no one wanted to lose to Byakuya and become just a stepping stone in his path to fame. Being in the same batch as Byakuya meant possibly being overshadowed by him, just like others who were in the same batch as the current 3 admirals. Everyone in the training camp was ready to go all out to not lose to Byakuya. Meanwhile, Byakuya himself hadn't anticipated such a scene. Seeing all these top Marine officials watching, and the seriousness on the faces of the recruits and instructors, he knew this assessment would be more challenging than he thought. He sighed inwardly and thought, I'm not one to show off, but it seems my hand is being forced. The systems were pushing him to perform well, using the promise of valuable rewards to entice him into playing his part. Sigh, this accursed system, ruining my chance to stay low-key. If the system could speak, it would likely give Byakuya a verbal lashing like. All I asked was for the host to take first place, who told the host to show off and challenge 600 people at once. And now the host blaming me, what a shameless person. Byakuya took a deep breath and said, since I'm fighting all of you at once, this small arena isn't suitable. Let's use the entire training ground as the stage, shall we? Byakuya's proposal meant he was giving up his considerable advantage. Normally, his opponents would lose if they were kicked out of the ring, but with the entire training ground as the ring, this rule no longer applied. Zephyr didn't understand why Byakuya was doing this, but he chose to trust his student. "Alright, we'll use the entire training ground as the stage," Byakuya said calmly, "then there's no need for this arena." With that, the 100-meter wide and 10-meter high arena seemed to be crushed by a massive, invisible force. The entire platform caved in with a thunderous crash, sinking 3 meters into the ground, its surface perfectly smooth and undamaged. Byakuya stood at the center of the training ground, surveying the surroundings. His voice echoed as he declared, "Come on, I'm ready to take on all 600 of you." Chapter 39, Farming. Byakuya's powerful strike cleanly buried the arena underground, signaling the official start of the highly anticipated battle. Cook said, "Byakuya, won't you choose a suitable weapon? We are all equipped with weapons. Fighting us without one will put you at a disadvantage." Byakuya declined Cook's offer. "No need. Even if I take one, I won't use it well. I'll rely on my fists and feet." "Be careful, weapons can be dangerous," Cook warned before lunging at Byakuya with his long sword, unleashing a sharp crescent-shaped slash at Byakuya. Byakuya did not dodge or flinch, landing a powerful punch that shattered the crescent slash. Byakuya inspected his fist, which now bore a faint white mark, a sign of the strength he had just unleashed. The next moment, 2 blasts of force were aimed at Byakuya's flanks. In response, Byakuya shifted his body as thin as paper, evading the combined attack of 2 instructors. He then grabbed their arms and threw them, sending them hurtling through the crowd with a series of loud crashes and cries of pain. "What's holding you back?" Byakuya taunted. "Do you want a recruit like me to defeat all 600 of you?" His words urged the remaining instructors and recruits to action, yet they hesitated. Byakuya's tone turned mocking. "If you can't act now, how will you fight when faced with pirates?" He didn't wait for their response and instead charged into the crowd. His punches and kicks sent people flying in all directions. Given the abilities of the recruits, only a short time could withstand him. Byakuya was careful to control his strength to avoid causing serious injuries, as he had promised Zephyr. He treated the battle as an exercise in mastering the precision of his power. As Byakuya rampaged through the crowd, the high-ranking officers in the stands watched in astonishment. They had already anticipated Byakuya to be strong, given his bold claim of challenging 600 people, but none had expected such a one-sided battle. Byakuya seemed unstoppable, as though he could take on another 600 with ease. A few vice-admirals sensed something unusual about the fight but couldn't pinpoint the cause. Meanwhile, on the highest viewing platform, the 4 senior officers exchanged concerned glances. Garp furrowed his brow and asked, "Zephyr, are you sure this kid learned the Marine 6 style?" Byakuya, now deep within the fray, didn't use the 6 style techniques like finger pistol or tempest kick in his attacks, nor moonwalk or shave in his movements. Instead, he relied on paper art to evade strikes, and if he couldn't avoid them, he braced himself with iron body. Though this approach made for an intense, visceral fight, it was not a strategically sound approach. Zephyr knew that Byakuya had mastered all the Marine 6 styles and understood how dedicated Byakuya was to mastering shave and moonwalk. After observing Byakuya's relentless training over the past month, Zephyr concluded that Byakuya's command of shave and moonwalk rivaled his own. Yet, during this fight, Byakuya seemed to focus solely on iron body and paper art, ignoring the other 4 techniques. When Zephyr saw Byakuya's determined expression, he was struck by a bold thought. Perhaps Byakuya was deliberately challenging himself. Zephyr couldn't help but laugh out loud. "Garp, just watch. My student will win and become a Marine Admiral in no time." He had full faith in Byakuya's potential. Garp merely snorted in response, withholding further comment. Both Sengoku and Akiji also sensed something unusual, but they didn't think Byakuya had truly abandoned the other 4 techniques during his month of training. They believed Byakuya must have a specific goal in mind for this fight. Within a short time, Byakuya had already defeated over 300 people and 4 instructors. Since Byakuya had held back and avoided serious injury, most of those he defeated would only need a brief rest before they could fight again. One downside to using the training grounds as the arena was that the fight wouldn't end until the opponents either conceded or were incapacitated. Byakuya soon found himself in a cleared area, as the instructors had directed the fallen participants to the sidelines to prevent a stampede. Taking advantage of the momentary respite, Byakuya took a deep breath to steady himself. He checked his system interface, focusing on his paper art and iron body skills. Paper art LV5, 10% plus, iron body LV5, 6% plus. The progress in these two skills demonstrated how much Byakuya had endured in his training, dodging attacks and enduring blows. As Zephyr suspected, Byakuya was using this challenge to advance his skills in paper art and iron body more quickly. While Byakuya could use world source points to achieve his goals, they were a limited resource, so he preferred to be frugal and use the people in the training camp to help him polish his skills. Almost there. Just a few more to go, and it should be enough, Byakuya thought to himself. By now, the fallen participants had been removed, and the fight was about to resume. Perhaps the previous combat had taught them a lesson, as the participants now gathered under the guidance of a single instructor rather than fighting separately and chaotically. Among the remaining fighters, the strongest were Quake and Fergus, who had held out until now, surprising Byakuya. Although Byakuya hadn't targeted anyone specifically, focusing on the nearest opponents instead, he remembered punching Quake twice and striking Fergus once. Unlike other participants, who were usually rendered unconscious or needed to rest after taking a punch from Byakuya, these two had managed to stay in the fight, proving their remarkable resilience. The first to attack Byakuya, Cook, also managed to hold on and took command of the battle. Under Cook's direction, the fight became more organized. The attacks were no longer erratic, each wave of attack was coordinated to prevent friendly fire. Now, every fighter followed Cook's commands, attacking in turns. If one attack missed, they would immediately retreat to make way for the next wave. Even if someone got hit by Byakuya, they would quickly be dragged away for treatment. For Byakuya, this posed a considerable challenge. The attacks came like waves with no chance to breathe, but he found this challenge exciting. He had intentionally been holding back his full strength and had yet to use the other four techniques. If he fought with his full power, perhaps only a few instructors would still be standing. Furthermore, he always had the system as a backup. Losing wasn't an option for Byakuya. As time passed, the situation grew increasingly intense. Cook called Fergus and Quake to his side. "Fergus, we need you and Quake to work together. The other instructors and I will create an opening for you. Make sure you take advantage of it. We might not win this fight, but we should at least give him a tough time. If we lose without landing a hit, we won't be able to show our faces in the Marine base again." Quake and Fergus nodded in agreement. They had come to respect Byakuya's strength. Neither of them had ever seen anyone as tough as Byakuya, able to withstand numerous punches yet still fight on with full energy. It was enough to make anyone feel defeated. Byakuya would occasionally check his skill progress and was delighted to see the proficiency levels soar. Paper Art LV5, 95% plus, Iron Body LV5, 95% plus. Both skills were leveling up simultaneously. Byakuya's strategy of switching between avoiding and taking hits worked wonders for his proficiency levels. Opportunities like this were rare, no danger of death, while simultaneously boosting his reputation. It was a win-win situation for Byakuya, and the consistent cycle of participants joining the fight kept his progress steady. Cook and the remaining instructors charged forward, with Fergus by their side. They looked ready to launch a coordinated attack. Byakuya noticed this and shouted, "Cook, I've been waiting to land a punch on you. Don't worry, it won't kill you with one hit. You might just have to rest in bed for a couple of weeks." Byakuya wasn't one to hold grudges, but he certainly wasn't overly magnanimous either. Previously, Cook had been leaping around trying to rally everyone against Byakuya, persuading all the instructors to join in and even attempting to get Zephyr on board. How could Byakuya not properly thank Cook for his care and consideration? As Cook and the others approached Byakuya, ready to attack, Cook suddenly shouted, "Close your eyes." Beside him, Fergus shone like a human sun, emitting an intense light that turned the training grounds into a sea of brightness. The Marine officers watching from the sidelines squinted their eyes in pain, shielding them with their hands and barely able to make out what was happening due to the blinding light. Such intense brightness even made seasoned fighters like Garp uncomfortable. Their eyes' self-defense mechanism kicked in, causing their eyes to cry. Garp turned to ask Zephyr what was going on, but what he saw made him speechless. Akiji had used his devil fruit powers to create thin sheets of ice, reflecting the light away from his eyes. Sengoku's eyes were encased in a layer of golden light, completely unhindered. Seeing Garp's discomfort, Sengoku laughed. Being in Buddha form gives me as much shine as Fergus fruit. Garp was speechless. Fine, you devil fruit users have the upper hand. I'll go talk to Zephyr then. Zephyr didn't have a devil fruit, so he should be struggling like Garp. However, when Garp turned to look at him, Zephyr had already put on a pair of sunglasses and remained calm and collected. Garp was stunned. You shameless old man. Zephyr smirked. What's the problem? I knew Fergus had the light fruit, so I brought some sunglasses to watch the match. Oh, is our marine hero about to cry? Garp's veins bulged in anger, but no matter how much he tried, he couldn't stop the tears from streaming down his face. Give me a pair of sunglasses. I only brought one pair, Zephyr replied nonchalantly. Garp snapped, I don't care. If you don't give me one, I'll snatch your glasses, and we'll each wear one eye. Realizing Garp was serious, Zephyr begrudgingly took out another pair of sunglasses and tossed them to Garp. So much for a marine hero. More like a marine bandit. Garp took the sunglasses happily and put them on, immediately feeling relief from the brightness. He paid no attention to Zephyr's insult. What was wrong with being a bandit? As he watched Byakuya battle, Garp even considered stealing him away as his student. If it weren't for the fear of causing Zephyr's heart to explode, Garp might have done it already. Byakuya struggled to adapt to the unexpected burst of intense light. Others suffered from the reflected light, but Byakuya was at the very center, experiencing not only the brightness but also the heat, as the intense light produced substantial warmth. His eyes burned and stung, preventing him from opening them. He wasn't sure what was happening around him. Instinctively, he thought to use Sora to lead his position, but then he hesitated. Wasn't this the exact battle environment he had been hoping for? The bright light made it impossible to see, forcing him to rely solely on his instincts to dodge, and if he couldn't dodge, he would have to endure the blows with his body. This perfectly aligned with his training objectives. So, Byakuya decided not to move. Instead, he remained in place, focusing on sensing everything around him, the air currents brushing against his body, the scents in the air, all of which could serve as his eyes. Byakuya couldn't see, and neither could Cook and his team. However, after watching Byakuya for a while, Cook was willing to bet that Byakuya wouldn't use moonwalk or shave to create distance. Instead, they only needed to aim their attacks at Byakuya's presumed location based on memory. He was right, Byakuya indeed did not dodge. The four attackers struck together. Although Byakuya couldn't see, his other senses seemed to become sharper, allowing him to sense the subtle movements in the air. It seems like two on the left, one on the right, and one below. Byakuya's body moved according to his thoughts, evading the attacks. His left side suddenly thinned, avoiding two-finger pistol strikes. Next, his right side twisted to the left, dodging a punch and taking on an S shape. Cook, relying on observation haki, lunged a sword toward Byakuya's abdomen. Instead of dodging, Byakuya intercepted the sword as it approached, catching the blade with his left hand. Byakuya felt a force beneath his skin trying to emerge, continuously striving but unable to break through the skin's limit. Byakuya recognized this sensation as armament haki. It was apparent to him now. As Cook's sword was caught, he shouted, "Quake!" Suddenly, a thunderous bear roar erupted from behind Byakuya. Quake transformed into a giant black bear, radiating a wild aura. Standing nearly 5 meters tall, its limbs were as thick as 3 people's combined embrace. With massive paws akin to rooftops, the bear slapped down at Byakuya's head, casting a shadow over the area and causing cracks to appear in the ground. This was Cook's final plan. After Byakuya had evaded their attacks, he would surely fail to dodge Quake's strike. Even if Byakuya tried to use Moonwalk to escape, Cook and the others would keep him trapped to prevent his escape. In other words, as long as Byakuya hadn't initially used Moonwalk to create distance, Quake's attack was likely to hit its mark. Their hopes for victory rested on this one strike from Quake. Quake understood the significance of this attack, giving it his all and summoning his utmost strength. Byakuya recognized their plan and marveled at its cleverness, but he also noted that his plan had been successful as well. Byakuya's faint smile showed his confidence. Paper Art LV5, Max, Iron Block LV5, Max. Congratulations to the host for maxing out the skills. Triggering extension skills, Paper Art will evolve to Observation Haki, and Iron Block will evolve to Armament Haki. Would you like to proceed with the changes? Of course, Byakuya thought. That was the whole point of this battle. Changes complete, Observation Haki LV1, plus, Armament Haki LV1, plus. Finally, the battle could come to an end. Byakuya faced the bear's paw, which carried terrifying momentum. He extended his right index finger, which was coated in Armament Haki and turned black, the best he could manage. His seemingly weak finger struck the center of the falling bear paw. The paw, akin to a falling meteor, suddenly came to a halt, blocked by just one finger. Sengoku and the others watched closely, then slammed their hands on the table and exclaimed, "That's Armament Haki." Zephyr was both shocked and delighted. He truly learned Haki. He truly is my disciple. Chapter 40, Sengoku Attention. Impossible, how could this be? Quake couldn't believe what he had just witnessed. He knew his strength well enough. When he went all out, he could crush a small naval ship. Yet, his attack was blocked by a single finger. How could he possibly believe this? Cook and the other two instructors immediately recognized the Armament Haki that Byakuya had just demonstrated. They understood the situation and how Byakuya had been using them. Cook smiled wryly. This kid is using us 600 people as his training dummies. Youngsters today are getting crazier and crazier. We're getting old. The instructors found themselves reflecting on their own younger days. Quake was still a bit defiant. He swung his left paw with all his might, the force of his massive paw creating a wind so strong it knocked down nearby soldiers. Byakuya laughed, "Coming at me again? Now I won't go easy on you." Before, Byakuya had let himself be hit to train in both Haki. Now that his goal had been achieved, he no longer needed to hold back. Byakuya vanished from sight and appeared above Quake's head. "Big as you are, you may look intimidating, but you can't scare me." Byakuya gave Quake's head a light tap. Quake instantly lost consciousness, falling out of his transformed state. As Quake plummeted from the air, Byakuya was about to intervene when Fergus jumped up to catch him. It seemed that the battle had mended whatever rift had existed between the two. There was no better way for men to bond than to fight side by side. Byakuya thought to himself, "Look at that, I managed to do a good deed by accident." Floating above them, Byakuya playfully raised an eyebrow at the group below. "Cook, still want to continue?" Cook knew exactly what Byakuya was hinting at. If they continued to fight, Byakuya might unleash his full strength. Cook sighed. He'd already gotten a few good punches in. But he couldn't dwell on it too much. After all, the battle had only served Byakuya's growth in Haki. They hadn't made a dent in him, and the whole situation had made them look foolish in front of the top brass of the Navy. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. Cook announced, "We give up. We surrender." As their commander, Cook's decision naturally represents their opinion. Upon hearing this, Byakuya turned to Zephyr and shouted, "Teacher Zephyr, make the announcement." Zephyr paused, confused. "Announcement? They already surrendered, didn't they?" Byakuya explained, "Announced that I'm the top performer in this month's training camp assessment." Byakuya had no choice. The system was rigid and only recognized the top performer in the assessment. Even though his opponents had surrendered, Zephyr had to officially announce Byakuya as the top performer for the task to be completed. Otherwise, even if Byakuya fought every person present, he wouldn't complete the task. Of course, he couldn't take on everyone, especially the 4 observing from the grandstand. Any one of them would be a major challenge. Zephyr was taken aback. Byakuya had already made them surrender, so he was the top performer, right? Did he need to announce it explicitly? Couldn't Byakuya be a bit more modest? Sengoku chuckled, ha ha ha, this kid values his reputation. Akiji also shook his head with a smile, thinking that his juniors seemed to care a lot about appearances. Garp, on the other hand, appeared deep in thought, pondering something. Zephyr then awkwardly announced, the top performer in this month's training camp assessment is Byakuya. The high-ranking officers around the grandstand saw Zephyr's awkward expression and burst into laughter. Byakuya, however, was unfazed by this. As soon as Zephyr made the announcement, the system's voice rang out in his mind. Congratulations to the host for completing the task. You have been awarded 200 points of world source. Alright, the plan is perfectly executed. Up on the grandstand, Garp looked serious as he asked Sengoku for another leave of absence. Sengoku immediately became agitated. You old rascal, you just got back from leave. Why are you asking for more time off? The situation at sea might seem calm, but in reality, it was turbulent. Sengoku had just received news that the Beast Pirates, one of the 4 Emperor's crews, had been interacting frequently with one of the 7 warlords, Heavenly Yiksha Doflamingo. Sengoku had planned to ask Garp to investigate the matter now that he was back. But to his surprise, Garp was already asking for more leave. Garp watched Sengoku fuming and yelling but remained unfazed. After seeing Byakuya's performance, he felt particularly conflicted. He decided to take his next leave of absence in the East Blue, vowing not to return until he had turned Luffy into a respectable marine. Sengoku saw Garp's unbothered expression as he made his request, and could only shake his head helplessly. You have a maximum of 1 month, and that's all the leave you have for the year, he said. Garp was thrilled by Sengoku's permission and smiled. 1 month is more than enough. If Shanks heard Garp's plan, he'd likely burst out laughing, changing Luffy's mind in just 1 month. Sengoku pondered the available people at Marine headquarters suitable for the task. Akiji was an excellent option, but he had just returned from a mission and might not be up for another, given his laid-back nature. As for the remaining vice admirals, their presence was required at Marine headquarters to maintain readiness. Sending a rear admiral for such a task might lack the necessary authority to handle the situation effectively. Doflamingo wasn't an easy opponent, and mishandling the situation could lead to conflict. Sengoku considered who might have the right combination of skill, availability, and decisiveness to handle the task. His gaze landed on Byakuya not far away. Of course, there he was. Byakuya's strength rivaled that of a vice admiral, and his current duties were limited to training at the camp. Sengoku reviewed Byakuya's file and saw that Byakuya was known for his decisiveness and ruthless methods, which could be useful against pirates. While Byakuya met Sengoku's requirements for a suitable leader for this mission, there was one challenge remaining. How to request Byakuya's involvement from Zephyr, especially since the mission carried some risks. After all, Byakuya was still a new recruit who had only been training for a month. Chapter 41, Early Graduation. Sengoku hesitated several times but ultimately chose not to discuss his idea with Zephyr. Byakuya was a perfect fit for the upcoming mission, and no better candidate was available at Marine headquarters. However, when Sengoku considered the risks of the mission, he abandoned the idea. Dealing with Doflamingo and Kaido would be no easy task, especially with the latter. Upon reflecting on Zephyr's attitude toward Byakuya, even though their relationship was that of a teacher and student, it was evident that Zephyr treated Byakuya as if he were his son. After Zephyr's family was killed by pirates 30 years ago, he chose to step back from the front lines and retired from his position as an admiral, devoting himself to training recruits. Sengoku and Zephyr had been comrades in arms for many years, and Sengoku shared Zephyr's pain over his family's tragedy. Zephyr had become increasingly strict over the years and had taken a harsher stance against pirates, moving from his previous stance of no-kill to a zero-tolerance approach. Byakuya's arrival brought Zephyr more joy in the past month than he had experienced in years. If something were to happen to Byakuya during the mission, Sengoku couldn't imagine the blow it would deal to Zephyr. Sengoku's decision was somewhat selfish. Given the situation, he figured he could wait and see who might be available. 6 months later, two figures clashed in the air as Byakuya, covered in armament haki, landed a punch that forced Zephyr back several steps. Byakuya teased, "Teacher Zephyr, I feel like you're getting weaker." Zephyr knew Byakuya was fishing for a compliment, wanting him to acknowledge Byakuya's strength. But Zephyr didn't give in. He pounded his chest and coughed, saying, "Cough, cough. This happens when you get older. My body and haki are far from what they once were, and my strength inevitably declines." Byakuya moved closer to Zephyr. "Really? I can't imagine you growing old, teacher. I think you have more than enough strength to take up the rank of admiral again." Zephyr shot Byakuya a look. "By your logic, you're even stronger than an admiral now?" Byakuya laughed. "Ha ha ha, of course. If you could get Fleet Admiral Sengoku to promote me to admiral, I wouldn't mind." "Get out of here, you punk. You think I'm going to get you promoted to admiral?" Zephyr pretended to be upset. "Why don't you say you want to be the Fleet Admiral?" "Teacher, could you even do that?" Byakuya asked without shame. Zephyr was rendered speechless. After 6 months, he understood Byakuya's personality quite well. Being shameless was just his way of being. Still, Zephyr was pleased with Byakuya's progress over the past 6 months. Since Byakuya mastered the 2 types of haki, they sparred more frequently. From the original 2 to 3 times a week, their duels increased to nearly once a day. In just 6 months, Byakuya's sparring sessions with Zephyr progressed from barely keeping up, to going toe-to-toe, and finally reaching the point where Byakuya could suppress his teacher. In that same half a year, Zephyr had witnessed Byakuya's growth firsthand and even felt that Byakuya's current strength was not far off from when Zephyr himself served as an admiral. Given Byakuya's current strength, staying in the training camp wouldn't lead to any significant improvement. Just as Zephyr brought up graduation, he asked Byakuya, "Byakuya, have you thought about graduating early?" "Graduating early? Teacher, are you going to get me an admiral position?" Byakuya responded in surprise. Zephyr's face instantly turned a shade of blue, and he gave Byakuya a hard knock on the head. "What daydream are you having? The most you can get is a rear admiral position." "Rear admiral? I'll think about it," Byakuya said with a hint of disappointment in his voice, which left Zephyr feeling exasperated. Being a rear admiral at Marine headquarters was a dream many Marines longed for, yet his students seemed to be hesitating. If word got out, who knows how many people would want to strangle Byakuya. Zephyr, however, didn't push him, saying, "All right, go back and think about it tonight, and let me know your decision in the morning." Byakuya returned to his room, which was spacious and sparsely furnished, with just a bed and a set of tables and chairs. He lay on the bed, contemplating what Zephyr had said about early graduation. Byakuya knew the fastest way to significantly increase his strength was to obtain a world source point. But the only way to gain world source in the training camp was through the monthly final evaluation. The amount he could earn was too small, and without using world energy, he could only slowly work his way up. Byakuya opened his current system panel. Host, Byakuya. Template, One Punch Man, Saitama. Fusion rate, 19%. World energy, 300. Required world energy to reach fusion rate 20%, 1000. Special skills, King Engine, Rokushiki, Armament Haki LV6, plus, Observation Haki LV5, plus. A/N, having mastered all Rokushiki there is no more progress to be made. Continuing would just be adding unnecessary filler. Haki has a maximum level of 10. In the past 6 months, Byakuya earned 1,200 points of world energy from consistently finishing first in each monthly evaluation. Byakuya had been using all these points to increase his fusion rate, which was one of the key results of his training over the past 6 months. Byakuya felt a bit tempted by the idea of early graduation since the routine life in the training camp could be somewhat monotonous. However, if he chose to graduate early, he would forfeit the 200 points of world energy he earned each month from his time in the camp. In 2.5 years, that would add up to 6,000 points of world energy. Byakuya was reluctant to give up this significant amount, which would come to him just for staying in the training camp. After all, who doesn't enjoy a free ride? Upon considering all this, Byakuya decided to ask the system, what happens to my monthly 200 world source points if I choose to graduate early? If the host chooses to graduate early, the mission will be cancelled, and there will be no world energy rewards. Just as Byakuya had suspected, graduating early would mean the mission would be nullified. While Byakuya was still pondering this, the system chimed in again. If the host chooses to graduate early, an early graduation reward will be available, granting 2,000 points of world source for each year graduated early. 2,000 points per year would amount to 5,000 points in 2.5 years. Although it's less than the 6,000 points he would earn from staying in the camp, Byakuya could potentially earn more world energy in the 2.5 years he'd gained from early graduation. Byakuya was delighted. Who knew the system could be so thoughtful? Would you like to choose to graduate early? Yes. Given his decision to graduate early, Byakuya's next concern was what rank he would be given upon graduation. In his view, his rank would likely not be below Rear Admiral, given his confidence in his abilities and in Zephyr's opinion of him. Chapter 42, Zephyr Negotiating. The next day, upon hearing that Byakuya was going to graduate early, Zephyr felt a sense of sadness. After all, he had treated Byakuya as his son for the past 6 months, so the thought of Byakuya leaving the training camp brought a sense of loss. Nonetheless, before Byakuya's departure, Zephyr decided to personally speak to Sengoku about Byakuya's graduation, hoping to secure the best possible benefits for Byakuya upon graduation. In the office of the Marine Fleet Admiral, Sengoku looked at Zephyr and, adjusting his glasses, said with some sentiment, "I didn't expect you to let Byakuya graduate early. I thought you would have him stay in the training camp for at least another year." Zephyr crossed his arms and responded seriously. As the Great Pirate Era progresses, the challenges faced by the Marines continue to grow. Keeping Byakuya in the training camp given his current abilities is a waste of the Marines' strength. He should start contributing to the Marines earlier. Sengoku felt reassured by Zephyr's words and appreciated the wisdom of this elder generation of the Marines, acknowledging the importance of understanding the difficulties faced by the Marines and taking action to help. He thought, if every Marine had this level of awareness, my hair wouldn't have gone gray so quickly. But why didn't some of the other old Marines possess this level of awareness? Sengoku's mind went straight to Garp. Since 6 months ago, when Garp's plan to train his grandson to become a Marine failed once again, Garp seemed to have lost his sense. He started chasing Shanks all over the world, dragging Aokiji along with him. No one could stop him, and he kept saying things like, "If I'm not going back to the East Blue, neither is Shanks." When asked about his reasons, Garp wouldn't answer. With Garp and Aokiji effectively out of commission, the Marines were essentially deprived of 2 top-tier powers. If it weren't for the relative calm from the other 3 Emperor-level pirate crews, Sengoku would have died from stress. Now, Zephyr's willingness to let Byakuya graduate early was a significant positive for Sengoku. Although he wasn't sure how much Byakuya had improved in the past 6 months, based on his observations from half a year ago, Byakuya's strength was at least that of a near admiral. Having another admiral power on their side would certainly provide Sengoku with some relief. Sengoku said, "Don't worry, Byakuya will get all the benefits he deserves with this early graduation." Zephyr casually responded, "Well, I don't have any major demands, just assign him the rank of Marine Vice Admiral, provide him with a ship made from the world's strongest wood, tree atom, and then maybe throw in 10 obedient Marine Vice Admirals as subordinates." "What?" Sengoku's eyes widened in shock, his eyes nearly bursting out of their sockets. You call this no big demands? What's next? Would you like me to promote him straight to a Marine Fleet Admiral? Zephyr paid no attention to Sengoku's outraged expression and calmly replied. Fleet Admiral would be more suitable. This was something Byakuya had taught Zephyr, following Byakuya's words. People often prefer to compromise, so if you suggest something outrageous, like tearing down the roof, they'll try to find middle ground by agreeing to open a window. Zephyr found this quite reasonable, so he took Byakuya's advice to the extreme. Sengoku gritted his teeth, asking, Zephyr, are you joking with me? Not at all. Those were Byakuya's exact words. If you don't agree, he'll just stay in the training camp for another 3 years before graduating. Anyway, he's not in a rush. He can spend more time with other trainees in the camp. You wouldn't believe how much those trainees cried when they found out Byakuya was going to graduate early. They said they didn't want him to leave, it was such a moving scene. Everyone was shedding tears. Zephyr wiped his eyes theatrically, even though there were no tears, which would have made the performance more convincing. Sengoku was taken aback, he never thought Zephyr could be so shameless. Are you sure those trainees were shedding tears of sadness and not tears of relief that Byakuya was leaving? If Byakuya was really so beloved in the camp, why would the remaining 590 trainees have formed an anti-Byakuya club to resist his monthly beatdowns? Sengoku gave Zephyr a strange look. This old guy had changed. Zephyr used to be such an honest and straightforward Marine, never defying his superiors or haggling with them. Since taking Byakuya as his disciple, all Sengoku could do was sigh. Seeing Sengoku still hesitating, Zephyr added, if you're not agree, then I'll just keep Byakuya here for another 2.5 years. The trainees in the camp would be thrilled to hear that news. How could they not be excited? After being beaten for 6 months, they thought they were finally free from Byakuya's attacks. But now that Byakuya isn't leaving, and they face 2.5 more years of his beatings, they can't help but feel desperate. If Byakuya stays, they might even apply for early graduation themselves. With that, Zephyr got up and walked straight out the door without looking back, leaving without any hesitation. This was another technique Byakuya had taught Zephyr: don't give the other party any time to hesitate, show them your resolve. If Byakuya had been present, he would have been full of praise for Zephyr's performance. With this level of acting, Zephyr could have easily won several Oscars in the modern world. Zephyr's decisiveness left Sengoku with a headache. Byakuya's conditions were incredibly high, graduating from the training camp and directly becoming a Marine Vice Admiral. Such a scenario had never happened since the establishment of the Marines. But the Marines did indeed need a combat power like Byakuya. As Zephyr reached the door, considering that Byakuya's methods didn't seem to be working, Sengoku finally spoke up. Zephyr, come back and sit down. Does that mean you've agreed? Byakuya's conditions are too extreme. If I agree to them, how do you expect other seasoned Marine Vice Admirals to react? Then I'll just go, Zephyr replied. Sengoku implored, can we negotiate? The Marines really need Byakuya's combat abilities. Hearing an old friend plead with such a tone, Zephyr softened slightly. All right, what do you propose? Sengoku considered briefly. How about this? I'll grant Byakuya the rank of Marine Rear Admiral. But I promise, if Byakuya achieves some accomplishments within a year, I can promote him to Marine Vice Admiral. I can't provide a ship entirely made from tree atom wood, there just isn't enough available worldwide, but I can offer him a tree atom tree branch for the keel. He can find someone to craft the rest. Finally, Byakuya can choose 3 subordinates from Marines ranked under Vice Admiral. That's the best I can do. If that's still not enough, I guess he'll just have to stay for 2.5 more years. Sengoku's eyes welled up with tears, his voice heavy. It's tough being in the Marines. Zephyr, moved by his old friend's apparent sadness, agreed, all right, I'll go discuss this with Byakuya. Sengoku wiped away his tears. Thank you, Zephyr, for all your contributions to the Marines. Zephyr nodded gravely and left. Once Zephyr was gone, Sengoku's expression quickly turned cheerful. He muttered triumphantly. Trying to outmaneuver me? Being the Marine Fleet Admiral isn't so easy. Chapter 43, Anti-Byakuya Club. Zephyr recounted his conversation with Sengoku in detail to Byakuya, and advised earnestly. The Marines are in a tough spot right now, and Sengoku has a lot on his plate. The conditions he offered aren't too bad. Why not just accept them? Byakuya looked at Zephyr trying to persuade him and couldn't help but admire Sengoku's skills in persuading his teacher. In Byakuya's view, the conditions he had asked for weren't even too demanding. When two individuals, Fujitora and Ryakujiu, were brought into the Marines after the Summit War, they were immediately granted positions as Marine Admirals. Although the situation now is not as critical as it was during the Summit War, Byakuya was still a legitimate Marine, whose teacher was the former Admiral Zephyr. He had the strength of an admiral himself. Asking for a Marine Vice Admiral position was Byakuya being kind-hearted. Furthermore, Sengoku had cut Byakuya's other two conditions by more than half, which annoyed Byakuya. However, seeing Zephyr's earnest attempts to persuade him, Byakuya decided to give in for now. If anything, he could always stir up more trouble for Sengoku later as revenge. All right, teacher, you don't need to say anymore. I'll agree to the conditions. Really? Of course it's true. You've made your case so convincingly. What else can I say? Zephyr seemed relieved. A year to rise to Marine Rear Admiral is quite fast. Oh, Sengoku said you could choose any 3 individuals at or below the rank of Vice Admiral as your subordinates. Do you have anyone in mind? Zephyr had been training students for many years, so he knew most of the high-ranking officers in the Marines, many of whom had graduated from the training camp. So, he could provide Byakuya with plenty of suitable candidates. 3 people, right? I've got them in mind. First person, Smoker. Zephyr knew Smoker well. He was a Logia-type Devil Fruit user who had graduated 1 term earlier than Byakuya and even finished at the top of his class. Zephyr had a good impression of Smoker's strength as he was a Logia-type user, with a solid foundation. However, Zephyr had his concerns. I know Smoker. He's got a bit of a rebellious streak. If you bring him under your command, he's likely to stir up some trouble for you, given his nature. Byakuya smiled. Don't worry, teacher. When I was in the East Blue, Smoker already said he'd follow me after I graduated. So, there won't be any trouble in bringing him over. Zephyr picked up on an important detail from Byakuya's words. Back in the East Blue, when Byakuya was just an ensign, Smoker was willing to follow him as a captain. That shows just how exceptional Byakuya might be. But Zephyr wasn't bothered by these details. After all, no matter how extraordinary Byakuya was, he was still his disciple. A brilliant disciple is always welcome. What about the other 2? The other 2, I'd like to choose from the training camp. Quake and Fergus seem like good picks. Byakuya's choices were well thought out. It made more sense to choose people he knew and trusted rather than unfamiliar lower-ranked Marine officers. He had grown accustomed to Quake and Fergus during the past 6 months of training. They were the leaders of the anti-Byakuya club in the camp, and with each monthly assessment, they would initiate attacks against Byakuya. In return, they faced harsher beatings from Byakuya each time. Ironically, these beatings led to significant improvements in their strength, comparable to the weaker Marine Rear Admirals. Hence, Byakuya decided on them. Seeing that Byakuya had thought it all through, Zephyr didn't have much more to add. If that's your decision, I'll let them know the news and they can prepare for graduation. Byakuya grinned mischievously. I'll tell them myself, they're going to be thrilled to hear it. Zephyr rolled his eyes at Byakuya's mischievous grin, thinking, even when he's about to leave, he wants to tease others. In the cadet dormitory, the leaders of the anti-Byakuya club gathered around a long table, with Quake and Fergus as the heads. You all heard the news about the Demon King's early graduation, right? Of course! It's great news! I heard Zephyr-sensei personally went to speak to Fleet Admiral Sengoku about his graduation. The group was overjoyed, discussing the departure of the Demon King, their nickname for Byakuya. The news of his early graduation kept them awake with excitement all night. With the departure of the Demon King, the dark cloud hanging over them would dissipate. Suddenly, the sky seemed bluer, the air fresher, and their aches and pains disappeared. This sense of freedom was something they had dreamed of for the past 6 months. Just as the group was rejoicing, a knock on the door interrupted their celebration. Fergus asked, "Who is it?" All the leaders of the anti-Byakuya alliance were gathered here. There shouldn't be any visitors. "It's me!" That voice was too familiar, causing their hearts to skip a beat. Upon hearing it, their bodies instinctively took on defensive postures. There was only one explanation for the voice that instilled physiological and psychological fear in them. It was Byakuya at the door. The group was in the middle of a meeting when the man they were discussing came knocking. As the group hesitated about whether to open the door opened on its own. Seeing Byakuya standing at the door with a warm smile, the group of a dozen leaders cowered in the corner, trembling and holding their breath. As the leaders, Quake and Fergus, summoned their courage to shield everyone, their jaws clenched as Quake asked, "Byakuya, what are you doing here?" Byakuya replied nonchalantly, "Well, since I'm leaving soon, I thought I'd come say goodbye." Could Byakuya be that considerate? No one believed that. He couldn't possibly be here just to say goodbye. The group's worst fear was that he was here for one last round of beatings before his departure. With every step Byakuya took forward, they took one step back. The person closest to the wall was about to pass out from being squished. To preserve that individual's life, Byakuya didn't advance any further, instead choosing a chair to sit in. "Have you heard the news that I'm graduating early?" Although they had known about this news for a while and were ecstatic about it, now that Byakuya was here, they could only lie. "We just heard the news ourselves." "Congratulations on your early graduation, Byakuya." "Ah, I'm leaving now, and I find it hard to part with you all. After all, we've been classmates for 6 months, and we have grown attached." Upon hearing that, Quake and his group could barely stop themselves from rolling their eyes. If it weren't for the half-year of hardship and suffering, they might have believed Byakuya's lie. Now they could only go along with his words, especially since he hadn't left yet and could still easily beat them up again. Fergus, bracing himself, said, "Well, we're also going to miss you." Quake put on a sad face and said, "If you leave, it will be a loss for us. For the past 6 months, it was because of you that we made such rapid progress in our strength. Yes, after you leave, we will miss you. You've helped us a lot." Listening to Quake and Fergus' sincere remarks, the dozen core members present almost shed collective tears. See what a true leader is? What does it mean to be responsible? What does it mean to be flexible? As the founders, organizers, and leaders of the anti-Byakuya club, who usually criticized Byakuya the most harshly, the two of them were able to speak such hypocritical words in front of him today. It was incredibly commendable. Byakuya raised his eyebrows and said, "Do you feel that way?" "Of course, even though we don't often say it, that's what we think. Yes, we often praise you in private, saying you're very strong and have brought a lot of honor to our training camp. Once people break their limits of shamelessness, everything seems so natural." Byakuya smirked and asked, "Would you miss me once I leave?" Quake and Fergus became increasingly adept, saying, "Of course we would. You are our role model. If it weren't for my upcoming graduation, I would have certainly followed you." Hearing this, Byakuya immediately stood up, scaring the others, and causing them to shrink back again. Quake and Fergus turned pale, trying to think of what they might have said wrong. Byakuya enthusiastically said, "I've made a decision." Quake nervously asked, "What decision?" Byakuya grinned, "Oh, nothing much. It's just that Fleet Admiral Sengoku gave me a special privilege, allowing me to freely select 3 Marine officers below the rank of Vice Admiral as my subordinates. Before, I was unsure about whom to pick. After all, there are only 3 spots, so I have to choose carefully. Now that we've talked, I've realized since you care about me so much, and I care about you too, I'll use the spots on the two of you. From now on, you two can join me on my justice adventure across the seas. How fun will that be? What? Thinking about spending the rest of their lives following Byakuya, Quake and Fergus turned pale, their eyes rolled back, and they fainted on the spot. Silence ensued. Byakuya marveled, I never imagined they would faint from excitement. It seems our bond is very deep. Right, when they wake up, tell them to report to me in 3 days. If they don't show up, you know what I'm capable of. After Byakuya left, the dozen core members looked at the unconscious Quake and Fergus with tears in their eyes. Their leaders, truly dedicated to the cause, made such a sacrifice. They will be eternally grateful. Chapter 44, Atomic Samurai. On the day of graduation, the commissioning ceremony for Byakuya, Quake, and Fergus was held in the training camp. Normally, to graduate from the training camp, one must undergo a graduation assessment. After passing the graduation assessment, combined with the results of the monthly assessments, the final grades are used to award honors to graduating students. However, due to Byakuya's special circumstances, the assessment process was waived, and Quake and Fergus didn't need to participate either. Because it was an early graduation, Fleet Admiral Sengoku didn't personally award the commissions, instead, it was done by Zephyr. This was also a gesture of kindness from Sengoku to Zephyr. Zephyr's greatest dream had been to personally commission his son, but tragically, his entire family perished at the hands of pirates. Now, allowing Zephyr to commission Byakuya fulfilled Zephyr's dream from many years ago. As Zephyr placed the mantle of justice of a Marine Rear Admiral on Byakuya, his eyes, usually portraying a tough image, began to moisten. Teacher, I'm not leading the training camp forever. Why are you being so sentimental? Byakuya said, patting Zephyr's shoulder. It's because of you, kid. With your attitude and recklessness, you're bound to attract enemies everywhere. You'll face hardships in the future. Zephyr replied, patting Byakuya's shoulder. Byakuya laughed, no worries, when the time comes, you'll have my back, and together, we'll deal with the enemies. Zephyr shook his head, chuckling, you're putting too much faith in your teacher, kid. Then Zephyr proceeded to commission Quake and Fergus. They were granted the rank of Marine Lieutenant Commander. T/N, honestly, I don't know if commission is the right word or not. Although the rank wasn't very high, it far exceeded their expectations. Even if they had stayed in the Marne training camp for the full 3 years before graduating, at most, they would have received the rank of Marine Captain. But now, after only half a year, they were being granted the rank of Lieutenant Commander, which could be considered a rapid promotion. Perhaps this was Sengoku's small consolation to comfort Byakuya for not becoming a Marine Vice Admiral. Quake and Fergus accepted their commissions from Zephyr with pale faces, feeling the gaze of nearly 600 pairs of eyes below them, watching them like martyrs. There was an indescribable sense of desolation in their hearts. 3 days later, at the Shabandi Archipelago harbor, 2 rows of Marine soldiers carrying rifles stood neatly in line at the pier, as if waiting for the arrival of someone important. Not far away, a Marine Rear Admiral warship was slowly approaching the pier. Byakuya leaned back in a lounge chair, boredly sipping juice, and asked, Fergus, how much longer until we arrive? Fergus respectfully replied, Rear Admiral Byakuya, we should arrive in half an hour. Still that long? Then I'll take a nap. Wake me up when we get there, Byakuya said, closing his eyes as if falling asleep. 3 days ago, after being promoted to Rear Admiral, Byakuya needed to guard a territory like any other Marine officer to deter pirate activities. Typically, newly graduated Marines like Byakuya would be stationed at the main base of one of the 4 blues, such as Lodetown in the East Blue, to gain experience in weaker seas before being considered for transfer to Grand Line bases. However, placing Byakuya in the 4 blues was deemed wasteful due to his exceptional strength. Therefore, Sengoku arranged for Byakuya to be stationed at the Shabandi Archipelago, closer to the Marine headquarters and convenient for meetings with Zephyr. If anything happened due to Byakuya's lack of experience, they could respond more quickly. It could be said that Sengoku's arrangement took both Zephyr and Byakuya into consideration. Byakuya also received World Source Power rewards for graduating early and being promoted to Rear Admiral. Congratulations to the host for achieving early graduation. Each half year of early graduation earns 1,000 World Source Power, for a total of 5,000 World Source Power in 2.5 years. Congratulations to the host for becoming a lieutenant, earning 50 World Source Power. Congratulations to the host for becoming a lieutenant commander, earning 100 World Source Power. Congratulations to the host for becoming a commander, earning 500 World Source Power. Congratulations to the host for becoming a captain, earning 1,000 World Source Power. Congratulations to the host for becoming a Commodore, earning 2,000 World Source Power. Congratulations to the host for becoming a Rear Admiral, earning 5,000 World Source Power. Opening the system panel. Host, Byakuya. Template, One Punch Man Saitama. Fusion rate, 19%. World Source Power, 13,950 points. To increase the fusion rate from 19% to 20%, it will cost 1,000 World Source Power. Special Skills, King Engine, Rokushiki, Haki, Armament, LV6, plus, Haki, Observation, LV5, plus. This was the richest Byakuya had been since obtaining the system, but he wasn't planning to spend it all now. After leaving the training camp, he had more free time to start planning many things. The so-called night organization might finally be revealed at the right time. However, Byakuya first spent 1,000 World Source Power to increase the fusion rate to 20%. Following the previous pattern, every 10% increase in the fusion rate provided an opportunity to extract the special abilities of an S-class hero. What Byakuya most wanted to acquire was Tatsumaki's psychic power, which was not only very practical but also a great tool for showing off. But this was just wishful thinking, it depended on what the system would offer. As a warm stream flowed into his body, the system's voice rang out. Congratulations to the host for achieving a fusion rate of 20%. You can randomly extract the special ability of a powerful character from the One Punch Man world. In Byakuya's anticipation, the system's voice sounded again. Extraction complete. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the ability of S-Class Hero Atomic Samurai, Swordsmanship. Swordsmanship? Byakuya felt a slight sense of disappointment, but swordsmanship was still good enough for him. Like the Marine 6 styles, it could be used to unleash powerful attacks using the body more effectively. Most importantly, wielding a sword was cool, which suited Byakuya's taste. Special skills, King Engine, Rokushiki, Haki, Armament, LV6, plus, Haki, Observation, LV5, plus, Swordsmanship LV9, plus. While swordsmanship also had a maximum level of 10, Byakuya didn't expect to start at level 9, indicating the high level of skill Atomic Samurai had in swordsmanship. Byakuya carefully absorbed knowledge about swordsmanship in his mind, like a sponge greedily soaking up water from its surroundings. With the help of the system, Byakuya quickly gained a thorough understanding of swordsmanship and even grasped Atomic Samurai's ultimate move, the Atomic Slash. Does this make me a great swordsman? I'd become one of the few great swordsmen on the high seas in one fell swoop. Byakuya shamelessly congratulated himself. This was too easy, becoming a sword master with just a nap's worth of effort. Won't that infuriate some people if I mention it? Since he was now a great swordsman, he naturally needed a katana befitting his status. Chapter 45, Rotten Marine. Just as Byakuya was lost in thought, Fergus's voice rang out, Rear Admiral Byakuya, we've arrived at Sabaody Archipelago number 27. Byakuya sat up from his reclining chair, and Quake skillfully draped the Justice Cloak behind Byakuya. Let's go. I want to see what kind of chaos Sabaody Archipelago is in. According to Sengoku, Byakuya's predecessor was a rear admiral who was killed by pirates while pursuing them. And this place was less than half a day's journey from Marine headquarters. Being so close, the public killing of a rear admiral was undoubtedly a serious challenge to the Marines. Afterward, the Marines pursued the pirate crew responsible for the killing of the rear admiral, but they didn't catch up. That's why Sengoku transferred Byakuya to this place. Sabaody Archipelago is made up of 79 giant trees, each tree being its island, with the ground being the roots, and bubbles occasionally emerging from the ground. Each tree is numbered, and Byakuya is responsible for guarding islands 27, 28, and 29, known as the lawless zone. Byakuya immediately sensed the unusual nature of the lawless zone upon arrival. Looking around, various pirate ships, slave ships, merchant ships, or private vessels were docked at the port. Most of the people walking the streets were pirates and bounty hunters, with locals making up less than half. The chaos was visible to the naked eye. The arrival of the Marine Rear Admiral's ship attracted the attention of many, and many pirates quietly left to avoid this place. After all, the Marine Rear Admiral was also a senior officer in the Marines, not someone they could mess with. As Byakuya and his crew disembarked, they saw 2 rows of neatly lined up Marine soldiers, a legacy left to him by his predecessor. A bulky officer in a lieutenant commander uniform stepped forward from among the soldiers, with a 4 or 5 centimeter scar on his right cheek, giving him a somewhat fierce appearance. Lacey looked at the somewhat overly confident young man in front of him and asked, "Are you Rear Admiral Byakuya?" Byakuya smiled. "Isn't my Marine Rear Admiral uniform enough to prove my identity?" "Well, it does confirm your identity." Lacey saluted Byakuya and said, "Lieutenant Commander Lacey, along with all the soldiers of the 7th Marine Branch of Sabaody Archipelago, greets Rear Admiral Byakuya." "Greetings, Rear Admiral Byakuya." The loud shout of over 100 people echoed through the port, and even the nearby streets could hear it. Some pirates who were closer to Byakuya were shocked when they saw his appearance. Was there such a young Marine Rear Admiral? This kid looks like he just came of age, right? Some people were disdainful of this, thinking that becoming a Rear Admiral at such a young age was probably the result of having connections in the family. They estimated that Byakuya was probably just a figurehead. Arriving in a place like this, they didn't know how many days they would survive. Byakuya wasn't aware of how others viewed him, and even if he did, he didn't care. As the saying goes, when a new official takes office, they must make a mark. Byakuya was here to do something significant and set things ablaze. Byakuya led his team back to the branch base. It was called a base, but it was similar to the base Byakuya had on Squall Island. It was roughly the size of a football field, surrounded by 20-meter-high walls, with a 3-story building in the middle for their daily affairs and rest. Entering his own dedicated office, which was spacious but simply decorated with only desks, chairs, and filing cabinets, Byakuya found a bedroom attached to it for resting when needed. "Lieutenant Commander Lacey, tell me about the current situation in the base." "Yes, there are still 137 soldiers in the base, with 1 officer and 5 warrant officers." "Is that all?" Byakuya frowned. The number of personnel was too low. Typically, a Marine base would have at least around 300 people. The number here didn't even reach half of that. Lieutenant Commander Lacey's eyes dimmed as he said, "Over 200 people died with Rear Admiral Hardy at the hands of pirates, and recruitment hasn't been carried out yet, so the numbers are as they are." Curious, Byakuya asked, "Which pirate crew is it exactly?" "I heard that the headquarters once sent a Rear Admiral to chase the pirates, but they returned empty-handed." Hearing Byakuya's question, Lacey's eyes reddened instantly, and his fists clenched involuntarily, showing a desire to speak but also a fear of doing so. Byakuya immediately understood that there was a story behind this. Unexpectedly encountering such an event upon arrival, Byakuya was even more eager to know the truth. "What exactly happened? Just tell me." Seeing that Lacey was still hesitant, Byakuya continued, "My mentor is Chief Instructor Zephyr. If I can't handle it, I'll consider telling Zephyr about it." There was no other choice. Byakuya saw that Lacey didn't really believe in him, so he couldn't just claim to have the strength of an admiral, right? He had to bring up Chief Instructor Zephyr first. "Chief Instructor Zephyr is your mentor?" Lacey asked in surprise. "Yes, so you can tell me without worry," Byakuya replied confidently. Hearing Byakuya's resolute words, Lacey didn't doubt their authenticity. After all, such things could be easily verified by asking around the Marine headquarters. No Marine would lie about something like this. Lacey spoke slowly. Actually, that day Colonel Hall wasn't going to chase pirates but was conducting routine patrols on the island. Not chasing pirates? Yes, that day Rear Admiral Hardy and his soldiers were patrolling the island as usual. They must have inadvertently stumbled upon a secret transaction involving one of the 7 warlords of the sea, the Don Quixote family. Then they were all silenced by the Don Quixote family. How do you know it was the Don Quixote family? Because I found this at the scene where Colonel Hall was killed. Lacey took out a blood-stained cloth strip the size of half a palm from his pocket, which bore the emblem of the Don Quixote family. Unlike the symbols of other pirate crews, it was easily recognizable by a circular black smiley face with a diagonal slash from the upper right to the lower left. Lacey continued, later, the Rear Admiral dispatched by the headquarters should have also traced it back to the Don Quixote family. But because their status is recognized by the government as one of the 7 warlords of the sea, to avoid unnecessary chaos, the matter was left unresolved. Speaking of this, Lacey felt extremely painful. The pirates had slaughtered over 200 Marine soldiers, yet they didn't even have the right to seek revenge. Not only that, but encountering members of the Don Quixote family on ordinary days also required avoiding them to prevent a second conflict. This feeling of knowing who the culprit is but being powerless, only able to watch others flaunt their strength in front of you, makes one feel like life is not worth living. Byakuya sighed. Marine is rotting to the core. Chapter 46, Pawn? For the Marines, the establishment of the 7 warlord system was like a slap in the face from the government in front of the whole world. It meant that because the Marines had not done a good job of maintaining peace in the seas, the government would recognize 7 notorious pirates as lawful pirates, leaving the Marines helpless. They had to watch as scum who had once killed their comrades suddenly became officially recognized colleagues. Furthermore, to save face for the world government, as long as the 7 warlords didn't go too far, such as massacring countries or killing Marines in public, the Marines couldn't touch them. Just like when Rear Admiral Hardy and over 200 Marines died at the hands of the Don Quixote family. The Marines knew the culprits and even tracked them down but had to let them go due to their status. Because the culprits didn't commit the crime publicly, the Marines had to help cover up their actions to avoid stirring up trouble in the seas. There couldn't be anything more humiliating. Byakuya didn't believe that Sengoku didn't know about this. But if Sengoku did know and still decided to transfer Byakuya to this position, it was indeed intriguing. Byakuya silently pondered, could this old guy be planning to use me as a pawn? Sengoku and the others were not pleased with the 7 warlord system, but since they had previously agreed to establish it, they couldn't oppose it now and risk angering the government. While other Marines harbored dissatisfaction, they were powerless because they lacked a leader to spearhead any opposition. But now, Byakuya had emerged, a Marine Rear Admiral with the strength of an admiral. If he were to have a strong conflict with the 7 warlords, or even kill them, how would the government react? Moreover, Byakuya's master, Zephyr, also held high prestige within the Marines, as 80% of the senior officers in the Marines had graduated from the training camp. If Byakuya alone wasn't enough, together with the chief instructor Zephyr and some Marines who were already dissatisfied with the 7 warlord system, such a force would make the government cautious. It seems that none of those who become fleet admirals are easy to handle. Byakuya was quite confident in his speculation. He reckoned that he was chosen by Sengoku as the best candidate to eliminate the 7 warlord system. Even though Byakuya was being used as a pawn by Sengoku, he didn't feel the slightest resentment. Instead, he thought it was quite good. Before the situation reached its boiling point, regardless of whatever outrageous actions Byakuya took, Sengoku naturally had to help cover them up. Byakuya still needed his identity as a Marine for now. Moreover, as the leader in eliminating the 7 warlord system, Byakuya's prestige within the Marines was naturally quite high. There were pros and cons to this matter, but the choice was ultimately in Byakuya's hands. Whether to feign ignorance and turn a deaf ear to this matter or to start causing trouble for the Don Quixote family and become a vanguard against the seven warlord system, Byakuya quickly decided in his heart. Byakuya looked up at the eagerly anticipating Lacey, smiling. "I'll handle this matter. I'll avenge Vice Admiral Hardy and the other 200 Marines." "Really?" Lacey's eyes lit up with excitement. "Do you need to inform Chief Instructor Zephyr?" Byakuya knew that Lacey still didn't believe that he, a Rear Admiral, had the authority to deal with the seven warlords. However, Byakuya didn't defend himself. Instead, he explained, "I'll report to Master Zephyr once I've thoroughly investigated this matter, so you can rest assured." Lacey trusted Byakuya's words without doubt, bowing to him and saying, "On behalf of Vice Admiral Hardy, thank you." The next day, a Marine Rear Admiral's warship once again arrived at Island 27 of the Sabaody archipelago. Although no Marines were welcoming them at the pier this time, it still caught the attention of many pirates. Marine Rear Admirals weren't exactly common. In the first half of the Grand Line, only relatively important islands would have Marine Rear Admirals stationed. It was indeed unusual for two Marine Rear Admirals to appear at this place in 2 days. "Rear Admiral Byakuya around?" Smoker, cigar in mouth, looked solemnly at the nearby Marine base, his eyes filled with experience. "Yes, I didn't expect Byakuya to graduate so quickly." There was a hint of melancholy in Tashiji's tone. How could this happen so fast? 6 months ago, Byakuya entered the training camp. Garp indeed transferred Smoker from Lodetown to the Grand Line half a year ago, putting him in charge of a relatively important island. In this half year, Smoker had dealt with many pirates, rising from captain to rear admiral. Even on the open sea, Smoker had gained a reputation as the White Hunter. Many pirates would go out of their way to avoid him, fearing his pursuit. But just a week ago, he received a call saying that Byakuya had graduated and used his privilege to select him. After hanging up the phone, Smoker didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Following Byakuya was his own choice, and he didn't regret it. But was this happening too quickly? He had only been free for half a year, and now he was about to be tormented by Byakuya again. "Let's go. If we're late, it'll be even worse." Smoker took a deep breath, feeling like he was walking to his execution, and stepped off the ship. Tashiji also held Shigeru tightly in her arms, bowed her head, and followed Smoker off the ship. The pirates around, seeing the newcomers, were immediately terrified. Some pirates muttered curses under their breath. "Damn, why is it the White Hunter?" "You mean he's Smoker, the Rear Admiral with the smoke fruit ability? Who else could it be? Why would he come here?" Pirates from different crews had various expressions. Some pirates looked at Tashiji behind Smoker with lustful eyes, saying greedily, "That girl behind Smoker looks pretty good." A pirate nearby shot back coldly, "That woman is a swordswoman. She's probably killed more pirates than you've ever seen. If you're itching for a fight, you can try your luck. Let's see if her sword is harder or your neck." The pirate who was eyeing Tashiji felt a chill down his spine as if a blade were pressed against his neck. A young Marine Rear Admiral came a few days ago, and now even Smoker the White Hunter is here. Looks like trouble's brewing in the Sabaody archipelago. Some of the more cautious pirates had already begun preparing to leave Sabaody. However, those pirates who felt confident in their strength were fearless. After all, in the lawless zone, there were no restrictions, and even the Marines dared not openly arrest pirates there. This had been an unwritten rule for many years. As long as this rule remained unchanged, they didn't care about anything else. Chapter 47, Planning for Money. In Byakuya's office, when he saw Smoker and Tashiji, there was an unspoken joy in his eyes. Not for any particular reason, but simply because he now had 2 more people who could steadily provide world source power. Even if it only averaged 1 or 2 points a day, that was enough for Byakuya. It was better than nothing. Lacey, on the other hand, was somewhat surprised to see Byakuya and Smoker together. He didn't expect that despite both being Rear Admirals, Smoker would be transferred here and become Byakuya's subordinate. Lacey had heard of Smoker's reputation, especially since he was a Logia-type devil fruit user. Such a person was well known throughout the Marines. Yet here he was, serving under Rear Admiral Byakuya. It seemed that Chief Instructor Zephyr really favored his student, Byakuya. Yes, Lacey still believed that Byakuya's rise to Rear Admiral was largely due to Zephyr's influence. Meanwhile, Quake and Fergus, after witnessing how Byakuya treated Smoker, felt grateful for Byakuya's leniency toward them. In the training camp, they were only beaten once a month. But Smoker and Tashigi? Byakuya would thrash them from dawn till the next dawn if he could. This comparison made them appreciate Byakuya more than ever. Of the 3 conditions Sengoku had promised Byakuya, 2 had already been fulfilled. Fergus, when will the atom tree branch that can become the ship's keel arrive? That old guy Sengoku won't renege, will he? After realizing that Sengoku had used him, Byakuya's attitude towards him became increasingly casual. At these words, everyone instinctively wiped away cold sweat. In the Marine, only Byakuya and Garp would dare to speak like that. Fergus replied, I inquired, and it should arrive in a week. Although the Marine Rear Admiral's warship was decent and had sea stone on its bottom to avoid Sea King's attacks, it still wasn't as good as a ship built with the atom tree branch combined with sea stone. If they were going to build a ship, they might as well make the best one. A week more? Byakuya pondered. Lacey, how much money do we have left in our branch's funds? Lacey, well-versed in the branch's administrative affairs, answered without hesitation. Only 3 million belly left. 3 million belly? How come there's so little left? A naval branch base having only 3 million belly was less than the bounty of some slightly prominent pirates in the East Blue. Lacey explained, we originally had over 80 million belly, but after that incident, almost all of it was used as compensation. Everyone immediately understood why there was so little money left. Didn't the higher-ups allocate more funds to you? Byakuya asked. They were supposed to, but the exact amount hasn't been decided, and we don't know when the money will arrive. The branch was severely lacking funds. Byakuya needed money to build ships and buy famous swords, but the base only had 3 million belly, which was far from enough. He had less than 5 million belly left in his system space, and with naval salaries being dispersed only once a year, and 4 months to go until the year's end, waiting for the salary was not feasible. T/N, once a year? If I got salaries once a year, I quit immediately. If Byakuya weren't wearing his Rear Admiral uniform, he might have considered going out to rob a few people. No wonder so many people turned to piracy. Earning money through legitimate means was just too slow. Suddenly, a bold idea flashed in Byakuya's mind. Yes, I'm in the Marine, I can charge reasonable fees. The 3 islands under Byakuya's jurisdiction were lawless zones, and none of the inhabitants were clean. According to Byakuya, even if you killed everyone on the islands, the chances of mistakenly killing an innocent person would be less than 1%. Lacey, inform all the businesses on these 3 islands that they must pay me 10% of their monthly profits, Byakuya ordered. What? Lacey was stunned. Isn't that just protection money? Byakuya smiled and admitted, yes, it's protection money. Tell them that every transaction needs to be recorded with the time, place, person, and amount. If they underreport their earnings, their entire business will be confiscated. Lacey, still in shock, said, But there's never been such a rule. Byakuya replied nonchalantly, that was before I came. Now that I'm here, the rules will change. The reason this area was allowed to become lawless in the past was mainly because its power structure was complex. With the 4 emperors, Shichibukai, underground forces, and even members of the world government involved. Any action here would be very troublesome. Moreover, the Sabaody archipelago is a crucial entry point for pirates entering the New World. Every day, a large number of pirates come here, making it impossible to completely clear them out. The Yonko of the New World wouldn't allow the Marine to block this entrance entirely, as they need a constant influx of fresh blood. The Marine observes that many pirate supernovas die at the hands of the Yonko after entering the New World. Why bother stopping them when you can just let the pirates tear each other apart? This mutual compromise and tacit understanding among all parties have led to the current lawless state. Rear Admiral Byakuya, if we really do this, what if those merchants move to other islands? Fergus raised a practical concern. These people aren't fools, they all have 2 legs. If they can't stay in one place, they'll just move to another. After all, there are 29 islands in the lawless area of the Sabati archipelago. Business is business, no matter where it's conducted. You've reminded me, Byakuya said, pulling out a den mushi from the drawer and calling Sengoku right in front of everyone. The den mushi slightly transformed, mimicking Sengoku's appearance with round glasses and a goatee. The imitation was spot on. Everyone watched in astonishment as Byakuya casually tugged on the den mushi's simulated goatee. This was the Fleet Admiral of the Marine. Byakuya, what's the matter? Sengoku asked. Byakuya got straight to the point. Fleet Admiral Sengoku, I want to manage islands 1 to 29 of Sabati. Either transfer the current personnel elsewhere or make them my subordinates. You choose one of these options. Standing nearby, Smoker and the others were shocked by Byakuya's casual demeanor and straightforward words. Is this really how you talk to your superior's superior? It sounded more like he was giving orders to his subordinates. Chapter 48, New Marine Regulations. The den mushi mimicked Sengoku's slightly awkward expression. From Byakuya's tone, Sengoku could guess that Byakuya had figured out he had been used as a pawn. Ahem. Byakuya, I am still the Fleet Admiral, your superior, and your mentor Zephyr has been my old comrade for decades. Is this really how you talk to me? Byakuya chuckled. Should I call my mentor and tell him how his old comrade treated his only disciple? Sengoku felt a headache coming on. This kid was tough to handle, not responding to either threats or kindness. Besides, Sengoku knew he was in the wrong. Fine, you're Zephyr's disciple, which makes you half my disciple. It's only right to look out for you. Let's not bother your mentor over such a small matter. What do you want? Byakuya's tone was downright rude as he said, either give me 10 billion berries for military expenses or give me control over islands 1 to 29 of Sabati. Byakuya had every right to be rude, and Sengoku knew it, which was why he had chosen to use Byakuya in the first place. Byakuya knew it too, which gave him the confidence to speak to Sengoku this way. Now, Byakuya was just asking for a little compensation for his trouble. The den mushi showed a shocked expression. Why don't you just rob a bank for 10 billion berries? If I weren't wearing this marine uniform, I might consider it. Sengoku knew Byakuya's strength. If he wanted to go rogue, the 4 emperors could very well become the 5 emperors. With a sigh, Sengoku relented. All right then, you can have control over islands 1 to 29 of Sabati. There are 7 branch bases, I'll notify them to follow your orders. Seeing his objective achieved, Byakuya's tone immediately turned respectful. Thank you, Fleet Admiral Sengoku. I will manage islands 1 to 29 well and ensure you have no worries. Sengoku was taken aback by Byakuya's quick change in attitude. After a brief silence, Sengoku warned, be careful not to overdo it and watch your back. Don't worry, I've got this. After hanging up, Byakuya smugly said, see? Such a simple matter, solved with a phone call. Smoker and the others remained silent. For Byakuya, this was simple. If any other rear admiral had spoken to Sengoku like that, they would have been demoted at best, or locked up and impelled down at worst. Since islands 1 to 29 of Sabati are now under our control, we'll stick to the original plan but add a few more details, Byakuya said, ready to take on a big challenge. The next morning, all of Sabati archipelago was in an uproar. Marine soldiers stood guard at the docks, streets, and intersections. New marine regulations were posted everywhere. The regulations read: 1. Entry fee. Everyone arriving on the island must pay an entry fee of 100,000 berries per person, due monthly. Trespassers will be executed. 2. Docking fee. Ships docked at the port must pay a docking fee of 1 million berries per ship, due monthly. Trespassers will be executed. 3. Prohibition of private fights. Private fights are prohibited on the island. If a fight is necessary, arenas are available at the center of each island for a fee of 1 million berries. Private fighters will be executed. 4. Merchant tax. All merchants must pay a monthly tax of 10% of their profits. Each transaction must be recorded with the time, place, buyer, and amount. Inaccurate records will result in execution and the confiscation of the entire store. 6. Regulation of illicit trades. Transactions involving weapons, drugs, or slaves must be reported to the Marine to be protected. Unreported transactions will not be protected by the Marine, and if discovered, all goods will be confiscated and the perpetrators executed. The overarching themes of these regulations were money and death. People who saw the new rules declared that this wasn't just a crackdown, it was a predatory extortion. The lawless area was known for its lack of rules, but now, someone was trying to enforce regulations, something unprecedented in decades. Even Byakuya's own marine soldiers were skeptical about his actions, but as these were orders from a superior, they had no choice but to comply. Soldiers distributed the new regulations on the streets, but many people refused to take them. Some even tore the flyers to shreds and threw them back in the soldiers' faces. For a moment, the chaotic lawless area seemed to unite against a common enemy. I've been to the lawless zone many times and I've never seen such ridiculous regulations, one pirate captain raged. Has the Marine gone mad for money? Do they even know why this place is called the lawless zone? Another complained. Pay fees? I'll pay nothing. Who's with me to raid the Marine base on this island? Such sentiments spread like wildfire across Sabaody. The news quickly reached Sengoku. After carefully reviewing Byakuya's regulations, Sengoku did not find them excessive. In fact, he thought they were quite reasonable. In troubled times, strict measures are necessary. In a lawless zone like this, only the threat of death can enforce obedience. However, implementing such regulations will likely face significant resistance from various factions. It's uncertain if Byakuya can withstand the pressure. New World, Dressrosa Kingdom. In a mansion within the kingdom, Doflamingo, clad in his signature pink feathered coat, sat at the highest seat, surrounded by the executives of the Don Quixote family. He held the new regulations issued by Byakuya in the Sabaody archipelago. After reading the 5 rules, Doflamingo let out his eerie laugh. Fa-fa-few-few, it seems the Marine officer who issued these regulations has quite a bloodthirsty nature. Toribol, seated in the front row, remarked, "Young master, if these regulations are actually enforced in Sabaody archipelago, it could significantly impact our business." Diamante, fiddling with his sword, said nonchalantly, "I hear the one who issued the regulations is just a Marine rear admiral. Why don't we just quietly get rid of him? Even if the Marine finds out it was us, they can't do anything about it." Doflamingo shook his head, disagreeing with Diamante's suggestion. "We can't act rashly. This Byakuya is said to be Zephyr's disciple and is not to be underestimated. If we do decide to take action, we must ensure the Marine can't trace it back to us." Doflamingo wasn't afraid of Zephyr, nor, to an extent, the Marine itself. However, with their dealings with the beast pirates becoming more stable, any rash action that attracted the Marine's attention and disrupted their business could provoke Kaido, who would not hesitate to kill him. Chapter 49, Sword Shopping. "Sir Byakuya, what are we going out to do today?" Tashigi hugged Shigeru tightly, keeping her head down as she followed behind Byakuya. Byakuya wasn't wearing his usual Marine uniform, instead, he had donned more casual attire. Without looking back, he replied, "Didn't I tell you? Today, we're going out to buy a famous sword. There might be many swordsmen and great swordsmen on the sea, but when it comes to knowledge about famous swords, none of them can compare to Tashigi. After all, Tashigi's dream is to one day collect all the famous swords from the hands of evil people. How could she not know enough about famous swords? That's why Byakuya called Tashigi out, intending to let her help choose one. Hearing that they were going to buy a famous sword, Tashigi immediately became interested and excitedly moved closer to Byakuya. A famous sword? Are you planning to buy it for me, Sir Byakuya? She asked. Oh, I'm so touched. You're so kind to me, Sir Byakuya. Seeing Tashigi's excited expression, Byakuya was momentarily at a loss for whether he should tell the truth. But it was normal for Tashigi to think this way. After all, since they met, Byakuya had rarely used a sword. In Tashigi's eyes, she was the only one in Byakuya's crew who used a sword. Now that he had called her out to buy a sword, who else could it be for if not her? Realizing the sword was for herself, Tashigi began to resent Byakuya for walking too slowly and became even more eager and proactive. With such enthusiasm, Byakuya felt that if he didn't buy her a famous sword, he wouldn't be able to live with his conscience. After visiting several weapon shops, although they found some decent swords, none met the standards of a fine sword. They visited several islands, yet they didn't come across a single fine sword, let alone a great one. This made it clear that Zoro truly deserved his protagonist status. He managed to buy 2 fine swords from a small weapon shop in Lowtown and later obtained Shusui and Inma. While Byakuya knew that the great sword Shusui was in the hands of Gecko Moria, he didn't have the energy to retrieve it right now. At the very least, he needed to thoroughly enforce the rules of the Sabaody archipelago before he could leave with peace of mind. If the rules he established were easily broken, where would his authority be? To put it bluntly, with the current strength of Smoker and others, they couldn't maintain order. Byakuya's presence was the real guarantee for enforcing the rules. It wasn't until dusk that the two of them found a fine sword in a weapon shop. Sir Byakuya, look! This sword should be one of the 50 skillful grade swords, the Kaisnian. Tashigi handed Kaisnian to Byakuya like a treasured offering. The blade was about 90 centimeters long, extremely sharp, with a long, curved edge covered in pale blue patterns. Although Byakuya didn't know much about swords before, after accepting the knowledge of swordsmanship from Atomic Samurai, he could tell that this Kaisnian was quite good. Even though it wasn't a great sword, it wasn't far behind. As the two were examining the sword, the shop owner nearby spoke in a hostile tone. Hey, little girl, this is the treasure of my shop. If you're not buying, don't touch it. Tashigi adjusted her glasses and replied firmly, Who said we aren't buying? Boss, how much for this sword? Hearing that they intended to buy it, the owner's attitude immediately softened, and he smiled. This Kaisnian is not only one of the 50 skillful grade swords but also a family heirloom. So, before he could finish, Byakuya interrupted, just name your price. The owner, seeing how much Tashigi liked the sword, decided to hike up the price. With a gleam in his eye and a sleazy smile, he rubbed his hands together and said, 8 million berries. Tashigi exclaimed in shock, 8 million berries? That's way too high. Byakuya frowned upon hearing the price. Typically, a 50 skillful grade sword costs around 2 to 3 million berries. At most, it might be 5 million berries, but not more than that. A great grade sword from the 21 Owazamono costs around 10 to 20 million berries. Although a devil fruit can sell for 100 million berries, that's because a devil fruit can dramatically increase an ordinary person's strength. On the other hand, a famous sword in the hands of an ordinary person is merely a sharp kitchen knife, offering negligible improvement in strength. This is why famous swords generally aren't very expensive on the sea. The shop owner was trying to scam them, having noticed how much Tashigi liked the sword, so he jacked up the price. It's not too high. This is a family heirloom, and there are only 50 of these on the sea. Finding one is incredibly rare, the owner explained with a smile. But, the price. Tashigi, although deeply enamored with Kaisnian, knew about Byakuya's and the base's financial situation. 8 million berries was out of the question, and even 3 million would be a stretch. While kind-hearted Tashigi was still fretting over the money, villainous Byakuya had already started noting the shop's name and location. Though he considered just taking the sword by force, he dismissed the idea. There was no need for that because he intended to make Sabaody Archipelago a place governed by rules, even if those rules were set by him. But he still needed to respect his own rules, at least a little. Besides, forcefully taking something was quite low. Instead, he could just send the Marines over, accuse the owner of illegal arms dealing without reporting to the Marines, arrest him, and confiscate the entire shop. This way, not only would he save the money for the sword, but it would also serve as a warning to other shopkeepers about the consequences of breaking the rules, a win-win situation. As Byakuya was pondering this, the shop owner's shifty eyes suddenly fixed on the sword in Tashiji's arms. It wasn't because of any inappropriate thoughts. He had noticed that she was holding Shigure, one of the great swords. The owner's mind began to race as he looked at the young man and woman in front of him. They seemed harmless, dressed like ordinary people, and their reaction to the 8 million berries price tag suggested they weren't powerful figures. The prospect of 100% profit was enough to tempt anyone, especially with such a risk-free business. The owner grinned and said, "If you want it, I can give you a discount." Tashiji, being a naive girl, was overjoyed and exclaimed, "Really? You're such a kind person." While they were talking, Byakuya had already sensed something was wrong. With a loud bang, the door behind them had closed. Chapter 50, Free Sword. The shop instantly plunged into darkness, with only 2 flickering candle flames providing a faint glow, casting an eerie atmosphere. Although Byakuya had never experienced such a situation before, he had read enough novels and watched enough TV dramas to understand what the shopkeeper intended. In a lawless place, it was no surprise that the shopkeeper was not a decent person. But then again, who would run a business in a lawless area if they were? However, the naive Tashiji still hadn't realized the danger. Hugging the Kaisnian katana, she laughed. "Hee, boss, how much of a discount are you offering? If it's a good deal, we'll buy it." Byakuya almost laughed out loud. In all his years as a Marine, he had never seen such a clueless girl. Even the shopkeeper was amused by Tashiji's naive question. Is this girl an idiot? Although it might not sound good to bully an idiot, making money is nothing to be ashamed of. The shopkeeper, smiling, said, "How about I give it to you for free?" As they talked, the shopkeeper drew a long sword from under the counter. 4 burly men emerged from the back room, armed and menacing, surrounding Byakuya and Tashiji. Even someone as dense as Tashiji should have realized the situation by now. She asked blankly, "Are you trying to rob us?" The shopkeeper raised his sword menacingly and said greedily, "Hand over the Shigure in your arms, or you won't leave the shop alive." Instead of being worried, Tashiji was delighted. She grabbed Byakuya's arm, jumping up and down excitedly. "Sir Byakuya, he wants to rob us. That means we can arrest them and confiscate all these weapons without having to pay. We don't have the money to buy them anyway." Indeed, not a single decent person was in the room. Even the seemingly naive Tashiji was quite devious. "Sigh, what a bunch of disgraceful Marines," Byakuya remarked. "I hope my soldiers won't become pirates in Marine uniforms in the future. I just raised a flag, am I?" The shopkeeper was stunned. What was going on? They were surrounded by 5 armed men, yet they seemed excited. At this point, the shopkeeper decided not to care about their identities and shouted, "Attack!" Regardless of who they were, he planned to kill them first and ask questions later. With Tashiji there, Byakuya felt no need to intervene. If the boss handled everything himself, what was the point of having subordinates? Tashiji shifted into serious mode, her previous naivety gone, and exuded the aura of a true swordsman. Drawing Shigure, she flashed a cold gleam and instantly took down the 4 burly men. Crack! The shopkeeper's sword broke in 2, and Shigure's thin blade rested against his neck. "Sir Byakuya, should I kill this guy?" The shopkeeper fell to his knees with a thud, repeatedly kowtowing and begging. "Don't kill me! Don't kill me! I can give you everything in the shop. I also have 20 million berries hidden elsewhere. If you spare me, I'll tell you where it is," the shopkeeper pleaded desperately. He never expected that this seemingly naive girl would be so powerful. Byakuya considered for a moment and said, "We won't kill you for now. Have Smoker come over to shut down this shop, arrest the owner, and confiscate everything? Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. The shopkeeper was ecstatic, thinking he had narrowly escaped death. If only he knew Byakuya's true intentions, he might have preferred to die on the spot. By the time Byakuya and Tashigi headed back to the base, it was already midnight. Despite the late hour, Tashigi showed no signs of fatigue, clutching Kaznian with great fondness. Byakuya coughed and said, "Hand it over." Huh? Hand what over? Tashigi instinctively hugged Shigeru and Kaznian tighter. To her, nothing was more important than these two famous swords. Seeing her defensive posture, Byakuya lightly knocked her on the head. Ouch! That hurts. Tashigi rubbed her head with one hand while clutching the swords with the other, pouting like a hamster. She looked at Byakuya with such a pitiful expression, as if about to cry if he said another word. Byakuya sighed, "Give me Kaznian. I'll borrow it for now. When I find a better sword, I'll return Kaznian to you." Seeing Tashigi about to protest, Byakuya raised an eyebrow. "If you don't lend it to me, I'll double your daily training and include my personal special training. You decide." Byakuya's special training was notorious among the soldiers. It mostly involved them getting beaten up, which he claimed was to improve their resilience and help them train their haki. The mere mention of it made Smoker and the others uneasy. However, there was some truth to the claim that enduring beatings could enhance one's haki. Reluctantly, Tashigi handed over Kaznian, her expression as if Byakuya had taken her child away. This made Byakuya feel a twinge of guilt, but he quickly reminded himself that he wasn't exactly a good person and dismissed the feeling. He took Kaznian and fastened it to his waist, and his demeanor instantly transformed. If he had previously resembled a brute gentleman, now he looked like a seasoned swordsman wandering the seas. As they walked, Byakuya occasionally heard Tashigi muttering, "He doesn't even know how to use a sword, yet he's wearing a famous one just for show. What a waste." She glanced at Kaznian several times and then remarked, "But, with a sword, Sir Byakuya looks much cooler." Byakuya smiled silently. "Ah, women." The next morning, Byakuya inquired of Fergus, "How did it go? Did you find where the weapon shop owner hid the money?" Ferguson, who often acted like a steward under Byakuya, replied, "Yes, he confessed as soon as he arrived yesterday. The soldiers we sent out have already found it. All the items from that weapon shop have been placed in the armory as well." Fergus fit the role well as my adjutant because Smoker and Quake disliked thinking too much, Tashigi often got confused, and Lacey was too weak. This left Fergus as the most suitable for the task. "Oh, by the way, Rear Admiral Byakuya, now that we've found the money, should we release the shop owner?" Fergus asked. Byakuya laughed. "Release him? That's out of the question. We're just not killing him for now." Chapter 51, To the Auction. After Fergus finished his report, he remained standing there. Byakuya asked, "Is there something else you need to say?" Fergus hesitated for a moment before speaking. "Rear Admiral Byakuya, there's an auction at Doflamingo's auction house today. They're selling items like devil fruits and slaves." "They didn't notify us?" "No." "All right, I understand. You can go and attend to other matters now," Byakuya said. Fergus gave Byakuya a puzzled look but didn't say anything further and left the office. Fergus never quite understood. Byakuya had issued 5 rules, aiming to transform this lawless area into one governed by the Marine. Yet, these past days, Byakuya seemed to turn a blind eye to those violating the rules, acting as if nothing had changed since the rules were set. Some brazen pirates even attacked patrolling soldiers. If not for the fact that these pirates knew the Marine headquarters was just half a day's journey away, preventing them from killing, the casualties among the soldiers would have been in double digits. Yet Byakuya still showed no reaction. He merely recalled all patrolling soldiers and acted as if the incident had never happened. This led many in the lawless area to openly mock the Marines, claiming their rules were worthless. Pirates injuring Marine soldiers without any retaliation made it laughable to think the Marines could change the rules of the lawless area. Even many soldiers began to complain about Byakuya's regulations, believing that if not for his rules, the pirates wouldn't have reacted so strongly against the Marines. Some mid-level officers thought Byakuya was too young and idealistic, failing to consider the consequences. They planned to propose that Byakuya revoke the 5 rules and restore the archipelago to its previous state. The more extreme ones even considered suggesting to Marine headquarters that someone else should be appointed to manage the Sabaody archipelago. Fergus believed Byakuya was aware of these issues, yet he showed no reaction, allowing things to unfold as they might. If Fergus hadn't worked with Byakuya for 6 months and witnessed his ruthless methods, he might have been just as perplexed. It was likely that Fergus's thoughts mirrored those of the other soldiers. If things continued this way, Byakuya and the Marine in Sabaody would become laughingstocks. Despite this, Fergus still believed that Byakuya had his reasons for acting as he did, so he refrained from bringing up these matters directly to him. Byakuya watched Fergus leave without saying much. He knew exactly what Fergus was thinking and was well aware of the rumors spreading outside. All of this was part of his deliberate plan. Byakuya didn't want to waste time dealing with these individuals on the Sabaody archipelago. He aimed to resolve the situation once and for all without leaving any loose ends. The best approach was to let the situation escalate, allowing those who believed the Marines were powerless to control them to act out more brazenly. When enough troublemakers emerged, Byakuya would round them all up in one fell swoop. The more they enjoyed their freedom now, the more they'd suffer later. This method is commonly known as fishing enforcement. However, simply waiting wasn't Byakuya's style. Upon hearing about Doflamingo's auction, he knew exactly what he needed to do today. He had promised Lacey to avenge Captain Hall and the other soldiers. Today, he would collect some interest at the auction house. Smoker, get ready. I'm taking you out to see the world today. Byakuya and Smoker had no intention of being discreet as they headed to the auction. Both donned their Rear Admiral uniforms from the Marine headquarters, complete with pristine justice capes, making them highly conspicuous. They strutted down the street, practically begging to be noticed. Unfortunately, instead of fear or panic, they were met with disdainful and hateful glares. It seemed that if these two weren't Marine Rear Admirals, people would have no qualms about leaving dirty footprints on their immaculate uniforms. Even Smoker, with his usual thick skin, felt an unusual sense of embarrassment and irritation, wanting nothing more than to beat down everyone who looked at them with such contempt. Yet, he couldn't help but admire Byakuya's composure, who appeared completely unfazed by the hostile stares. Smoker had to respect Byakuya's resolve. At just 18, Byakuya not only possessed immense strength but also remarkable patience. Truly, he was a man worth following. As Smoker was lost in these thoughts, he suddenly noticed Byakuya pulling out a transponder snail and starting to film the surrounding people and shops, muttering to himself as he did. This guy over here insulted me. You're done for. The shopkeeper over there looked at me with disdain. Your store is finished. Hearing Byakuya muttering to himself, Smoker almost fell to his knees in disbelief. What kind of play was this? You sure know how to hold a grudge. The respect Smoker had just felt for Byakuya was promptly plummeted to zero. The two continued walking until they reached the auction house. Only then did Byakuya reluctantly put away the transponder snail. I only noted down 187 people today. Too few. To Byakuya, remembering someone meant another opportunity to make money. There's no such thing as too much money. Smoker, we'll come out here every day. I want to see how many people on Sabaody are worth killing. Smoker thought to himself, this is the ruthless killer I remember. No matter how shameless he could be, when it came to killing, he didn't hold back. As they approached the auction entrance, they were stopped by two security guards. The guard on the left raised his chin arrogantly. Please show your invitation. Guests without invitations are not allowed inside. It was as if the two Marine Rear Admirals, Byakuya and Smoker, were less significant than the doorman. Smoker, clearly irritated, said, Are those eyes just for show? Can't you see we're Marine Rear Admirals? Despite Smoker's threat, the guard remained unfazed, responding coldly. No invitation, no entry. That's the auction house's rule. Just as Smoker was about to lose his temper, a woman's light laugh rang out from the side. Byakuya and Smoker turned to see a couple standing nearby. The man, with a pale face and deep-set eyes, wore a sharp suit, looking quite the dandy. The woman, in a backless dress and heavily made up, drew many looks from passers-by. Chapter 52, Ruthless. My dear, the Marine sure speaks roughly. They're nothing compared to you. The seductive woman clung to the man's arm, pouting sweetly. Harris, holding her close, let his hand roam over her body without any concern, leering as he replied. Of course. The Marine is just a bunch of brutes. Only Fleet Admiral Sengoku is somewhat decent. Harris made no effort to lower his voice, so Byakuya and Smoker heard every word. Smoker's anger flared instantly. He'd been looked down upon the entire way here, then stopped by the guards at the auction house, and now these two were insulting the Marine right to his face, even belittling Fleet Admiral Sengoku. Unable to restrain himself, Smoker's arms turned into smoke as he prepared to grab Harris. But before he could act, two ghostly figures appeared in front of Harris. One spoke in a raspy voice, "We're all colleagues here. No need to use devil fruit abilities over a slip of the tongue, right?" Smoker, who had been in the Marine for nearly a decade, recognized the newcomers' white suits and silver masks and their use of the Marine's 6 powers technique, deducing their identity. These were agents of the world government's secret intelligence agency, which meant Harris's identity was significant. Byakuya said coldly, "A slip of the tongue doesn't mean there shouldn't be consequences." "And you are?" "Rear Admiral Byakuya of Marine Headquarters." "Byakuya?" The agent seemed to recall something. As members of a cipher poll, they had to remember extensive dossiers on numerous figures, both enemies and allies. 6 months ago, they had reviewed Byakuya's file, a favorite student of Zephyr, who had once taken on 600 trainees single-handedly. His strength was estimated to be between that of a vice admiral and a rear admiral. The latest update noted his appointment as a rear admiral, overseeing Sabaody Archipelago's islands 1 to 29, with an estimated minimum strength of a rear admiral. Realizing they were dealing with a formidable opponent, the agent's expression turned anxious beneath his mask. He quickly explained, "This is Harris, the son of Finance Minister Vils. We're all on the same side under the world government." Byakuya's voice cut in icily, "An arm, and I'll pretend I didn't hear anything." "Harris, apologize to Byakuya," the agent urged. Harris exploded in anger, pointing at Byakuya. "Marlowe, you want me to apologize to a mere rear admiral?" "An arm and a leg," Byakuya responded, his tone even colder. Marlowe, now truly panicked, shouted, "Apologize." He couldn't risk Byakuya making a move. If Byakuya did, they might not leave here alive. Harris, stunned by Marlowe's urgency, had never seen him so desperate. Though a dissolute son, Harris wasn't a fool. Seeing Marlowe's adamant attitude, forcing him to apologize, he realized that the rear admiral before him was not someone he could afford to offend. Swallowing his pride, he bent over and apologized. "I'm sorry, Rear Admiral Byakuya. I misspoke earlier." Before Harris could straighten up, there was a flash of a blade. Suddenly, his right arm went numb, followed by a surge of intense pain crashing into his brain like a tidal wave. The speed of the strike was so swift that Marlowe and his companion couldn't react in time. Blood spurted from Harris's severed arm, splattering all over his female companion's face. The woman, never having witnessed such a scene, screamed and promptly fainted. Harris, clutching his stump, writhed on the ground, screaming, "My arm! My arm!" Marlowe, stunned that Byakuya had still acted despite Harris's apology, couldn't hold back his anger. Rear Admiral Byakuya, young Master Harris already apologized. Byakuya nonchalantly cleaned his ear with his pinky finger. "I already said that he need to pay. Now, your tone also annoys me." You can try speaking again. See if my next strike lands on you or Harris." Hearing this, Marlowe fell silent immediately. Without another word, he and his companion picked up Harris's severed arm, supported the wailing Harris, and left. As for the unconscious woman on the ground, they acted as if they hadn't seen her. This was the lawless land of the Sabaody archipelago. No one here was a saint. Without Harris's protection, the woman's fate was all but sealed. Byakuya turned to the two guards at the auction house entrance. "Are you still not letting us in?" The guards, having witnessed Byakuya's ruthless display, dared not refuse. Yet, simply letting Byakuya and Smoker in without an invitation could bring trouble upon them later. As the guards hesitated, a short, slightly plump man dressed in luxurious attire emerged from the auction house. The guards, recognizing him, sighed in relief and quickly approached. "Master Boyle, these two Marine officers want to enter, but they don't have an invitation." Boyle ignored the guards and walked straight to Byakuya, bowing respectfully. "Rear Admiral Byakuya, Captain Smoker, my apologies for the inconvenience. We were supposed to send you both an invitation, but due to our busy schedule, it slipped our minds." "Please forgive us," Boyle said, bowing with respect. "Really? Just an oversight? My subordinates informed me that you're auctioning off slaves without notifying the Marine. Was that also an oversight?" Byakuya replied, his voice dripping with sarcasm. Boyle's attitude was respectful, but unfortunately for him, it had no effect on Byakuya, who was determined to cause trouble today. Boyle, sensing Byakuya's hostile intent, kept his smile and whispered, "Rear Admiral Byakuya, I've heard that St. Estercock will be attending this auction." "St. Estercock? A celestial dragon?" Byakuya hadn't expected to encounter one so soon. He had once considered killing a celestial dragon to make a name for himself and gain significant influence. However, his current role in the Marine was still useful to him. Otherwise, he might have tested his sword on a celestial dragon already. Byakuya narrowed his eyes. "Are you threatening me with the celestial dragons?" "Not at all," Boyle hurriedly replied. "It's just that St. Estercock specifically requested to attend this auction. If it were suddenly cancelled for any reason, St. Estercock would be very displeased. If that were to happen, we would all be in trouble." Boyle's face was a picture of feigned fear and submission. Chapter 53, Celestial Dragon. Byakuya and Smoker, led by Boyle, entered the auction house and sat in the first row on the left side. The venue had about 200 seats, most of which were already occupied by the time they arrived. Their presence in full Marine Rear Admiral uniforms drew significant attention since such auctions rarely saw naval officers. The typical attendees were pirates, bounty hunters, and underground factions. Occasionally, a celestial dragon would come to purchase slaves. For the Marines, most items in the auction were of no use, and in lawless areas like this, they couldn't arrest pirates. Attending such an event would only provoke the pirates, making it better to stay away. Especially surprising was the audacity of Byakuya and Smoker attending in full naval regalia, which shocked the onlookers. These two Marine Rear Admirals are so bold. "How about we take them out after the auction?" one pirate suggested. "Yeah, the Marines here are so scared, killing two admirals won't be a big deal. We can just escape by ship. Even if the Marine headquarters sends someone after us, we'll be long gone." "Exactly, and it'll raise our bounty significantly." A group of pirates sitting nearby plotted together, their eyes filled with murderous intent as they looked at Byakuya. For pirates, the higher the bounty, the stronger they were perceived to be. Like how people often talked about the total bounty of Yonko's crew being over 2 billion berries, this recognition of strength motivated them. The quickest way to increase their bounty was by killing naval officers. In simpler terms, these pirates wanted to boost their reputation by killing Byakuya. If they succeeded, they might even be able to join the ranks of Yonko's crew in the New World. Smoker, feeling uneasy, asked, "Byakuya, are we going to participate in this auction?" Smoker had second thoughts upon learning that a celestial dragon would attend the auction. Any Marine with a sense of justice despised the celestial dragons. To Marines, the existence of the celestial dragons was the biggest mockery of the justice they upheld. However, the celestial dragon status had been entrenched for 800 years, with the belief that they were gods passed down through generations. Thus, despite their disdain, Marines could only avoid them, as Garp did, keeping their distance to prevent any interaction. Byakuya's eyes sparkled with a mysterious light as he chuckled. Why not? Don't you think it's a coincidence that the celestial dragon is coming this time? Smoker was puzzled. Isn't it just a coincidence? Think about it. We came straight from the Marine base to the auction house and immediately ran into Harris, the finance minister's son, leading to a conflict, Byakuya explained. After I cut off Harris's arm, he fled in disgrace. Then, Boyle, the auction house owner, appeared. When I mentioned their failure to notify the Marine about selling slaves, Boyle informed us that St. Estercoke would attend the auction, using the celestial dragon to pressure us. You think that's all just a coincidence? Byakuya asked. Smoker connected the dots after Byakuya's explanation and realized that it indeed seemed too coincidental. Smoker still didn't quite understand some things. Even if the auction house is Doflamingo's enterprise, how could he command the finance minister's son and a celestial dragon? Just because he's a Shichibukai? Byakuya patiently explained, being a Shichibukai alone isn't enough. But what if Doflamingo himself is a former celestial dragon? The reason Doflamingo could leverage the celestial dragons to pressure the Marine was precisely because of his past status. Though he was despised by the celestial dragons living in Marigeos, they still regarded him more highly than other commoners. Moreover, Doflamingo might possess secrets about the celestial dragons. What? Doflamingo is a celestial dragon. Smoker was so shocked he nearly shouted. It was unimaginable for him that a celestial dragon would go to sea, become a pirate, and even be recognized by the world government as a Shichibukai. But reality often defies expectations. Just as Smoker couldn't fathom why Doflamingo became a pirate, Doflamingo couldn't understand why his father renounced his celestial dragon status to live as a commoner, ultimately being killed by the very people he once deemed beneath him. As the two conversed, a commotion erupted at the auction house entrance. The auction house owner and staff all knelt at the door, shouting, "Welcome Estercock Saint and Maplesetial Palace." Typically, male celestial dragons have Saint added to their names, while female celestial dragons have Palace added to theirs, signifying their nobility. Two celestial dragons, wearing bubble helmets and dressed in luxurious attire, rode in on male Longarm tribe slaves, followed by a dozen more slaves. Unlike the grotesque and dim-witted celestial dragons depicted in the anime, these two were strikingly handsome and beautiful. However, their air of superiority and disdain for commoners was unmistakable. As the celestial dragons entered, most pirates' expressions shifted slightly. They gritted their teeth and knelt, pressing their heads to the floor to avoid attracting attention. A small number of defiant pirates, unwilling to kneel, tried to hide behind their seats, also hoping to avoid notice. This was an unavoidable situation, for offending a celestial dragon would prompt the immediate intervention of a Marine Admiral or CP0 agent. Under such threats, only the crews of the Yonko dared challenge the celestial dragons. Led by Boyle, the two celestial dragons were seated in the first row, slightly to the left. This arrangement placed 4 people in the front row, the two celestial dragons, Byakuya, and Smoker. Strikingly, Byakuya and Smoker seemed entirely unfazed by the celestial dragon's arrival, sitting comfortably while other pirates knelt or hid. This stark contrast drew attention. Estercock Saint noticed that Byakuya and Smoker hadn't knelt and raised an eyebrow, ready to reprimand them. However, Maplesetial Palace, recognizing their Marine Rear Admiral uniforms, spoke up first. "Let's start the auction quickly. I need to replenish my slaves." The atmosphere in the auction house was tense. Byakuya and Smoker's calm demeanor amidst the chaos highlighted their confidence and defiance, setting the stage for an auction filled with potential conflict and intrigue. Chapter 54, Provocation. Upon hearing Maple Palace's words, Esther Cox Saint snorted in displeasure but refrained from saying more. Boyle's eyes briefly flashed with disappointment. He had hoped for a conflict between the celestial dragons and Byakuya. However, Maple Palace's single remark made Esther Cox Saint reconsider. Many pirates eager to see Byakuya humiliated were similarly disappointed. Yet, some pirates grew curious about the confidence exuded by Byakuya and Smoker, who seemed unfazed by the presence of the celestial dragons. Esther Cox Saint, although annoyed, couldn't express his discontent openly in front of Maple Palace, so he impatiently urged, "Let the auction begin already." "As you command, Lord Esther Cox Saint." Despite their arrogance, not all celestial dragons were as brainless as often portrayed. If they were truly as foolish as depicted in the anime, how could they control the world government and maintain their status as gods of the seas? Maple Palace was one of the more intelligent celestial dragons. Although she didn't know Byakuya's identity, seeing such a young officer already a rear admiral and displaying such indifference towards their presence intrigued her. Typically, when marine officers encountered celestial dragons, they wouldn't kneel but would show respectful deference. Given that the Marine is the strongest military force of the world government, celestial dragons sometimes even required their protection during outings. Maple Palace saw no need to strain relations with the Marine over trivial matters. Under the celestial dragon's urging, the auction soon began. As previously mentioned, this auction primarily featured slaves, occasionally interspersed with devil fruits. Both were highly sought after. Celestial dragons and nobility mainly purchased slaves, while pirates and bounty hunters aimed for the devil fruits, which could dramatically enhance their power. As the auction commenced, various slaves were brought onto the stage. A beautiful princess of a fallen kingdom, forced to wear revealing attire, showcased her alluring curves, prompting the corpulent nobles below to fiercely bid against one another. A captured general, with robust muscles and a commanding presence honed from years of battlefield experience, garnered significant attention from wealthy women. A pirate captain with a bounty of 30 million berries, once arrogant and notorious, now stood with dull eyes and a face marked by despair, being inspected like merchandise. As for the more ordinary slaves, they were countless, mostly citizens of conquered nations, captured and sold by the victors. Many were also likely abducted by professional slave hunters, torn from normal lives and loved ones to become the lowest class in the seas. The celestial dragons showed little interest in ordinary humans, favoring exotic races instead. Dwarves, long arms, and fishmen were all eagerly purchased by the two celestial dragons. The climax of the auction was reached with the introduction of a giant slave. Only then did Byakuya witness the true extravagance of the celestial dragons, who spent money as if it were nothing. Directly offering 500 million berries silenced anyone else with ideas of bidding. After all, the celestial dragons collect the heavenly tribute from over 200 member countries each year, which amounts to tens of billions of berries. This doesn't even include the rare treasures and devil fruits they acquire. They can even afford to feed devil fruits to their slaves. For them, this kind of money is hardly significant. This made Byakuya somewhat envious. Wow, here I am, trying to enforce rules in the Sabaody archipelago to rake in some big money. I've endured being looked down upon just to make a substantial profit in one go. But the amount I aim to earn is probably just their pocket money for shopping. Man, comparing oneself to others can be so frustrating. During the auction, a paramecia-type devil fruit appeared, but Boyle didn't disclose any details about it. Instead, he started the bidding at a relatively low price of 100 million berries. It made sense, Doflamingo wasn't foolish. If the fruit were powerful, he'd have given it to one of his loyal subordinates rather than auctioning it. Even without knowing the fruit's specifics, pirates eagerly competed for it, eventually driving the price up to 230 million berries. As the auction was nearing its end, Byakuya stepped out for a moment. Byakuya's brief absence attracted some attention, but he returned 3 minutes later, and no one thought much of it. After Boyle auctioned off the final item, he breathed a sigh of relief. With the presence of two celestial dragons, he was anxious about displeasing them. Now, it seemed the auction had concluded successfully. Boyle approached Esther Coxsaint and Maple Palace, kneeling respectfully. I will immediately arrange for the slaves you purchased to be sent to Mariewa, my lords. Esther Coxsaint, excited, replied, no need for that. Bring the slaves over now, I want to ride the giant back. The giant slave that had appeared earlier was the one Esther Coxsaint had bought for 500 million berries. Upon hearing this, a look of despair crossed the face of the long-armed tribe slave standing not far behind Esther Coxsaint. When the celestial dragons decide to change mounts, it means their previous ones have become worthless, and their fate is usually death. As expected, once Esther Coxsaint was seated atop the 50 to 60 meter tall giant slave, he pulled out a gemstone-encrusted, gold-plated gun and aimed it at the long-armed slave. Bang! A golden bullet pierced the slave's forehead. In his final moments, a mixture of sorrow and a hint of relief appeared in his eyes. Despite knowing he was doomed, he didn't resist. Even if someone had rescued him, he probably could never return to his pre-slavery self. Witnessing this, Byakuya couldn't help but reflect. This is truly a cruel world. As Byakuya stood to leave, Boyle, who had been watching him, approached and said, Rear Admiral Byakuya, are you leaving already? Byakuya looked at Boyle with a playful smile. Why? Are you planning to keep me here? No, I wouldn't dare. But didn't you mention that selling slaves requires notifying the Marine? I was too busy earlier and forgot. Now that the auction is over, I finally have time to report to the Marine. Do you still need a report? Boyle straightened up, looking at Byakuya without any respect for his rank as Rear Admiral. Smoker, holding his jit, veins bulging on the back of his hand, snarled, Are you looking to die? Boyle's words were an outright provocation. He was confident that since the slaves were already sold to the celestial dragons, even if the Marine reported it, what could they do? Go and demand the slaves back from the celestial dragons? Byakuya restrained Smoker, who was ready to act, and suddenly wore a gentle smile. Since the auction is over, there's no need for a report. Just don't forget next time. Smoker was stunned to hear Byakuya's seemingly soft words. He turned to see the gentle smile on Byakuya's face, and a shiver ran down his spine. That smile was too familiar. Every time Byakuya smiled like that, someone ended up dead, without exception. This meant Smoker guessed Byakuya had a plan, so he put away his jit and stepped back behind Byakuya. Boyle, seeing Smoker put away his weapon, felt emboldened by Byakuya's words. Rest assured, Rear Admiral Byakuya, next time there's an auction and it's not too busy, I'll report it to the Marine. Report? Yeah, right. If the auction still exists that time. Byakuya flashed another harmless smile and left without saying more. Sometimes, a swift death might be a kinder fate. Smoker looked at Boyle with a hint of pity, making Boyle feel an inexplicable chill. Still, the pride of having stood up to two Rear Admirals swelled within him. As Byakuya and Smoker left the auction house and headed back to the Marine base, several pirate crews followed them, positioning themselves in a circle. Byakuya said to Smoker, It seems some people have a death wish. You handle them. Finally, I've been itching for a fight. It's been too long, and now I've got some pirate crews to practice on, Smoker said eagerly. I hope they don't die too quickly so I can enjoy myself. Byakuya's lips curled into a knowing smile. Don't worry. Once the show's over, it'll be time to wrap things up. You'll have plenty to do. Meanwhile, across the street, Esther Coxsaint and Maple Palace rode their giant slave, leisurely strolling down the main road. The street was lined with kneeling civilians, heads bowed low, terrified of attracting the celestial dragon's attention. Just one word from them could strip away their lives and happiness. Esther Coxsaint, riding high on the giant's shoulders, was visibly thrilled. Giant slaves were rare in the seas, and buying one was quite a stroke of luck. Plus, the high vantage point offered by the giant gave Esther Coxsaint an excellent view, which he greatly enjoyed. Maple Palace, however, didn't share his enthusiasm. Her instincts, often sharp, gave her the unsettling feeling of being watched by a venomous snake. It made her uneasy as if something bad was about to happen. But she couldn't pinpoint the source of her anxiety. Frowning, she said, "Estercock, let's stop wandering around. I have a bad feeling. We should head back." Estercock Saint was thrilled and wanted to ride the giant slave around a few more times. However, Maple Palace held a much higher status among the celestial dragons, so he didn't dare to oppose her. "Are you feeling unwell? In that case, let's head back," he said, hiding his discontent. Unable to vent his frustration at Maple Palace, he turned his anger on the slave, pulling out a device that resembled a remote control and pressing a button. Immediately, tiny spikes emerged from the collar around the giant slave's neck, injecting a poison developed by the slave traders. The poison caused excruciating pain without being lethal. The giant's face turned a livid shade of red, and his body began to tremble in agony. One hand instinctively moved to remove the collar but stopped short, knowing that forcibly removing it would trigger an explosion powerful enough to sever his head. Seeing the giant's pain, Estercock Saint discovered a new way to torment him and pressed several more buttons. The giant's tremors intensified, causing Estercock Saint and Maple Palace to sway dangerously and almost fall off. Suddenly, purple-clad figures emerged from the crowd at lightning speed, heading straight for the celestial dragons. The bodyguards, tasked with protecting the celestial dragons, were alarmed. If anything happened to their charges, they faced execution, not just for themselves but also for their families in Marigeos. A dozen bodyguards moved to shield the celestial dragons, trying to intercept the attackers. The purple figures threw shurikens, but the guards' faces turned pale upon contact. These weren't ordinary shurikens, they were bombs. Boom! Boom! For explosions rocked the street, engulfing the bodyguards and the celestial dragons in fiery blasts. The sound of explosions echoed through the streets, sending waves of panic among the kneeling civilians, who felt as if their hearts had exploded. The horrifying realization hit them: someone was attacking the celestial dragons in broad daylight. The world was about to explode into chaos. No longer kneeling, the civilians scattered in terror, plunging the island into a frenzy. Across the street, Byakuya and Smoker heard the explosions and instantly knew the celestial dragons were in trouble. If anything happened to them in their jurisdiction, they would be held responsible. The Smoker was about to turn into smoke and head over when Byakuya's voice stopped him. "Take care of the pirates following us." "I'll handle this," Byakuya said. In a flash, he was airborne, looking down at the blazing fire with a light-hearted smile. "Let's begin," he murmured. Chapter 55, Purple Ninja. The three pirate crews following Byakuya were startled when he suddenly disappeared, leaving only Smoker behind. They began to worry that the Marines might have discovered them. If Byakuya had gone to gather more Marine forces, they would have lost their numerical advantage. If they caused a commotion and drew the attention of the Marine headquarters, the situation would become even more dire. The three pirate captains whispered among themselves, "Should we strike now and take out as many as we can?" "Yeah, I think it's safer to attack first. Killing a Marine Rear Admiral would prove our strength." "All right, let's do it." The three pirate captains quickly reached an agreement and ordered their men to attack. Suddenly, over 80 pirates emerged from the nearby shops, armed with guns, and opened fire on Smoker simultaneously. The sudden gunfire caused the pedestrians to scatter in fear, not wanting to get caught in the crossfire. When people saw that the ambushed person was a Marine Rear Admiral, many stayed, intrigued by the idea of seeing a high-ranking Marine officer being killed. Some pirates among the crowd even considered joining in, viewing a lone Marine Rear Admiral as an easy target. Even if they didn't land the killing blow, participating in the attack would be enough to brag about later. As the bullets were about to hit Smoker, the pirates' eyes gleamed with excitement. They couldn't believe how easy it was. The Marine Rear Admiral didn't react at all and was seemingly gunned down on the spot. Some onlookers were disappointed, thinking they should have attacked earlier if they had known the Marine officer was so weak. However, as the bullets passed through Smoker's body, they exited at high speed, hitting several unlucky onlookers. A large hole appeared in Smoker's midsection, through which the terrified faces of the spectators could be seen. The hole quickly closed up, and Smoker turned around with a bright smile on his face. During his time with Byakuya, he had started to pick up some of Byakuya's mannerisms. The pirate captains were horrified, realizing that the Marine Rear Admiral must be a Logia-type devil fruit user. In the first half of the Grand Line, a Logia-type user was virtually invincible unless confronted by someone with haki. Smoker grinned menacingly and said, "Since you've decided to attack, none of you are leaving." He had been holding back for a while, and now that someone had dared to strike first, he intended to unleash his full power. With a thought, Smoker transformed his entire body into a massive cloud of smoke, enveloping the street for nearly 100 meters around him. Not just the attacking pirates, but even the onlookers were caught in the dense smoke. Visibility dropped to almost zero, even those standing half a meter apart couldn't see each other. Smoker moved through the smoke effortlessly, his silhouette darting back and forth at high speed. The air was filled with the screams of pirates, but none of them managed to escape the smoke. The street echoed with the sound of anguished cries, creating an atmosphere of dread. Meanwhile, on the other side of the street, as the smoke from the shuriken-induced explosion cleared, it revealed a group of bodyguards forming a human shield around two terrified celestial dragons. The explosion had been so close that several bodyguards on the outermost perimeter had been killed instantly. The purple-clad figures suddenly vanished, and a person dressed in purple ninja attire appeared behind the giant, holding a short sword and stepping steadily toward the celestial dragons. A bodyguard shouted, "Who are you? Don't you know that attacking celestial dragons will bring the Marine Admirals and the CP organization down on you?" Saint Estercock, enraged, screamed, "All of you, attack! Kill him! How dare he assault a great god? I will capture him and make him a slave, torturing him every day." With that, Saint Estercock pulled out an ornate pistol from his coat and fired at the purple ninja. To everyone's shock, the ninja merely tilted his head slightly, easily dodging the bullet. This only heightened Saint Estercock's panic as he yelled, "Attack him! What are you waiting for? Do you want to die?" Seeing his bodyguards hesitating, Saint Estercock's anger peaked. He turned the gun on one of his guards and shot him in the head. The bodyguard, unprepared for such betrayal, fell instantly, his blood splattering on those nearby. The scent of blood thickened in the air, aggravating Saint Estercock's already frayed nerves. "Capture that man, or I'll make all your families slaves," he threatened. The remaining 10 bodyguards, driven by desperation to protect their families, launched a hopeless charge at the purple ninja. Pallas Maplesetial frowned, displeased with Saint Estercock's behavior, but seeing his bloodshot eyes and trembling body, clearly in a state of madness, she sighed and said no more. They had yet to overcome the immediate threat. The purple ninja hesitated momentarily, then angled his short sword and charged at the bodyguards. With a sharp sonic boom, the purple figure flashed past the bodyguards, appearing in front of Saint Estercock. The bodyguards seemed frozen in place. With a swift thing, the ninja sheathed his sword, and blood began to seep from the necks of the bodyguards, the cuts gradually extending until their bodies fell lifelessly to the ground. Saint Estercock, seeing the masked ninja and the fallen guards, lost his previous arrogance. He collapsed into his seat like a heap of mud, his eyes blank and repeating, "You can't kill me! You can't kill me! You can't kill me!" Meanwhile, Pallas Maplesetial, though a woman, remained much calmer than Saint Estercock. "Killing a celestial dragon will bring the Marine Admirals after you. That won't end well for you," she said. "Tell me what you want, and I'll do my best to satisfy you." A mocking laugh came from behind the mask, and Pallas Maplesetial's vision went black as she lost consciousness. Chapter 56, Kidnapping Celestial Dragon. When Byakuya arrived at the scene, he found a chaotic mess, with over a dozen bodyguards lying in a gruesome state on the giant's body. He witnessed Pallas Maplesetial being knocked unconscious and Saint Estercock trembling in fear, screaming in terror at the sight. Saint Estercock, now in utter despair, frantically crawled backward, trying to distance himself from the purple-clad ninja. Just as Saint Estercock was about to give up all hope, he spotted Byakuya approaching. Desperation filled his voice as he shouted. "That Marine Rear Admiral! Save me, please! If you save me, I'll grant you anything you want." Perhaps having seen too much death, Saint Estercock no longer displayed his previous arrogance and refrained from using a commanding tone with Byakuya. The purple ninja also noticed Byakuya's arrival and sped up, attempting to kill Saint Estercock before Byakuya could intervene. As the short sword drew closer to him, Saint Estercock closed his eyes in despair. The next moment, the sound of weapons clashing echoed in his ears. Ding! Saint Estercock opened his eyes to see a sight that brought him immense relief, Byakuya standing in front of him, blocking the ninja's attack with his sword. Seeing that Byakuya could hold off the ninja, Saint Estercock regained his confidence. Overwhelmed with post-crisis joy, he shouted, "Quick, capture him! Make him my slave, I want to torture him to death." Byakuya frowned at Saint Estercock's words but did not respond. Realizing he couldn't kill Saint Estercock with Byakuya present, the purple ninja noted that 10 minutes had already passed since the attack began. Knowing that a Marine Admiral would arrive within 20 minutes, making escape difficult, the ninja decided to act quickly. He moved at an incredible speed, creating 10 afterimages that seemed to mirror his movements. All 10 figures threw a shuriken at Byakuya simultaneously. Byakuya swung his sword, Kazemian, and a nearly 100-meter-long pale blue slash appeared out of thin air, radiating sharpness. Boom! 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 The 20 shurikens exploded upon contact with the slash, creating small mushroom clouds that were highly visible in the sky. Reluctantly, Byakuya shielded Saint Estercock from the blast. When the flames and smoke cleared, the purple ninja was nowhere to be seen. Byakuya looked up and saw the ninja escaping, carrying the unconscious Palace Mappelsichel with him. Saint Estercock, watching the purple figure grow smaller in the sky, flew into a rage. "You're useless! How could you let him get away?" A cold glint flashed in Byakuya's eyes as he swung wind whistle at Saint Estercock. The crescent-shaped slash passed just beside Saint Estercock's face, drawing blood. The slash continued skyward, splitting the clouds in two. Pointing his sword at Saint Estercock, Byakuya coldly stated, "If you insist on courting death, I can easily discard my marine title and oblige." Hearing the deadly intent in Byakuya's voice and seeing the emotionless look in his eyes, Saint Estercock swallowed hard and lowered his once proud head, falling silent. He realized that the marine officer before him truly had the will to kill him. Before long, after Smoker had dealt with the pirates on his side, he arrived at the scene. Seeing Saint Estercock standing there with his head bowed, Smoker couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. At least he was alive. As long as a celestial dragon was alive, things could be managed. However, upon further inspection, the female celestial dragon, Palace Mappelsichel, was nowhere to be seen. Byakuya spoke up. Palace Mappelsichel was taken by the attacker. "What?" Smoker exclaimed in shock. A celestial dragon had been kidnapped right under Byakuya's nose, which implied that the attacker possessed admiral-level strength. The implications of this incident were enormous. Smoker asked, "Can you identify the attacker?" There were only a handful of individuals on the seas with admiral-level power, and most who had encountered them could recognize them. Byakuya shook his head. "I'm not sure yet, but it doesn't seem to be one of the well-known strong ones." A new formidable opponent? Smoker mused, realizing that the situation was becoming increasingly complicated. Byakuya continued, "Smoker, notify all marine branches in the Sabete archipelago to deploy soldiers and seal off the ports. No one is allowed to leave. If anyone tries to, treat it as an act of harming a celestial dragon and take them down immediately." "Got it!" "I'll arrange it right away," Smoker responded, fully aware of the gravity of the situation. At present, one celestial dragon was still alive, and another had been kidnapped. If both celestial dragons were killed in the Sabete archipelago, not only would he and Byakuya be held accountable, but even Fleet Admiral Sengoku might not escape the repercussions. Meanwhile, news of the attack on the celestial dragons in the Sabaody archipelago reached both Mary Geos and Marineford. Upon receiving the news, Mary Geos immediately dispatched CP-0 agents to the Sabaody archipelago to protect the celestial dragons. Sengoku, upon learning of the attack, was so furious that he nearly smashed his desk. It was unfortunate that Admiral Kizaru was unavailable. With his devil fruit ability, he could have reached the archipelago swiftly. Thus, Sengoku quickly ordered a soldier to relay the message to Admiral Akiji, the only available admiral at Marine headquarters, to head to the Sabaody archipelago for support. Akiji, understanding the severity of the situation, set out for the archipelago immediately. After making all the necessary arrangements, Sengoku, rubbing his aching forehead, pondered. Who would dare attack celestial dragons on the Sabaody archipelago? Right, isn't Byakuya stationed at the Sabaody archipelago? How could such a significant oversight happen with someone of his strength? While Sengoku did not suspect Byakuya of attacking the celestial dragons, he felt something was amiss. He decided to call Byakuya to inquire about the situation. Upon hearing Byakuya's report, Sengoku finally relaxed a bit. The situation hadn't reached its worst point. Both celestial dragons were alive, although one was in the hands of the attacker. Sengoku was quite satisfied with Byakuya's decision to seal off the island immediately, which would greatly increase the chances of recovering the kidnapped celestial dragon. After informing Byakuya that Akiji was on his way, Sengoku hung up the phone. He trusted Byakuya's capabilities. His only remaining question was, who exactly was this new formidable opponent? Chapter 57, Sonic. Byakuya hung up the phone after speaking with Sengoku and learned that Akiji was on his way. He decided to stay put and wait. Beneath him lay the unconscious giant, surrounded by dead bodyguards. Esther Coxsaint's purchased slaves knelt trembling by the roadside, too terrified to escape in the chaos. The streets were otherwise deserted, with everyone fearing they might get caught up in the trouble. Esther Coxsaint looked at the silent Byakuya, wanting to issue an order but swallowing his words. He desperately wished to leave this wretched place, return to his comfortable palace, take a hot bath, and vent his frustrations on a few slaves. But he didn't dare voice this, as the stinging wound on his face reminded him that this man before him might kill him. Meanwhile, Byakuya was contemplating how the events should unfold and what role he should play in them. Yes, the recent attack on the celestial dragons was orchestrated by Byakuya himself. When he encountered the celestial dragons at the auction, an idea had sprung into his mind. Since Doflamingo intended to use the celestial dragons to pressure him, he could likewise use them to achieve his own goals. By attacking the celestial dragons, he could enforce a lockdown on the entire island, leveraging the combined power of the world government and the marine headquarters to reshape the power dynamics of the Sabaody archipelago. This would enable him to implement the 5 rules he had previously established. Anyone who violated these rules over the past few days would be captured and executed under the pretext of searching for the attackers. Byakuya was confident that no faction would dare oppose him during this critical period. After all, he was the only one who had fought the purple-clad ninja and survived. As for the purple-clad ninja who appeared earlier, it was a character Byakuya had acquired through the system store during his departure from the auction hall. The character was Sonic the Hedgehog Ninja, who cost 1,000 points of world energy to summon. Upon summoning Sonic, Byakuya quickly assessed his abilities, finding them to be on par with a vice admiral. Although Sonic didn't possess haki, he was proficient in most ninja techniques and had a wide array of methods, making him a valuable assistant. The price was reasonable, equating to the cost of raising Byakuya's fusion level by 1 point. Additionally, Byakuya discovered that he could use world energy to further enhance Sonic's strength. Raising Sonic's power to the weakest admiral level would cost around 5,000 points of world energy. Realizing the expense, Byakuya decided against it. After all, no one else would directly fight Sonic. If he claimed Sonic had admiral-level strength, no one could dispute it since no one could find Sonic to confirm. Everyone had witnessed Sonic fighting Byakuya and escaping with Maple Cecil Palace. No one would suspect Byakuya over such a minor detail. Besides, Byakuya had saved one celestial dragon from Sonic, a point in his favor. Having orchestrated the situation to this point, with no one knowing Sonic's true identity, Byakuya had significant leeway in his plans. He took out a small piece of cloth from his pocket, about half the size of a palm, which bore a circular black smiling face with a diagonal slash from the upper right to the lower left. Byakuya took out the piece of cloth Leslie had given him earlier, which bore the mark of the Don Quixote family. He placed the cloth under one of the dead bodyguards, ensuring it was in a hidden spot. He had no intention of drawing any suspicion to himself. It didn't matter to him whether it was discovered or not. If someone found it, it might implicate the Don Quixote family. If not, or if the celestial dragons didn't believe it was the Don Quixote family, it still wouldn't affect him. This was merely a casual move on his part. With Admiral Akiji's strength and speed, Byakuya didn't have to wait long for his arrival. Akiji traveled across the sky using his ice powers, creating stepping stones of ice in midair, a technique that conserved more energy than the continuous use of moonwalk. When Akiji finally arrived, Byakuya stood up to greet him. "Admiral Akiji, you're finally here." Akiji surveyed the area with a serious expression. "Byakuya, what exactly happened here?" Sengoku had given him only a brief outline over the phone. Byakuya explained the situation in detail. Akiji nodded approvingly, clearly impressed with Byakuya. After all, both had trained under Zephyr and shared a camaraderie. Akiji knew Byakuya's potential and believed he could reach the Admiral level within 3 years. Therefore, his attitude towards Byakuya was friendly and devoid of the typical hierarchical pressure. "You did well. The one who took Maplesetial Palace likely won't kill her immediately, so we need to find her as soon as possible." Byakuya nodded seriously, though inwardly he thought, good luck finding her. Akiji glanced at Esther Saint, a flicker of barely concealed disdain in his eyes. If he weren't the only admiral available, he wouldn't have come to deal with matters involving the celestial dragons, whose existence he found to be a mockery of the justice he upheld. Nonetheless, he suppressed his revulsion and kept his distance. Byakuya then turned to the kneeling slaves and addressed Esther Saint coldly. "Hand over the control devices for these slaves. They are witnesses to this incident, and I need to take them back to the Marine base for questioning." Akiji was startled by Byakuya's bold demand. Asking a celestial dragon for something, especially in such a blunt manner, could easily provoke their wrath. He was about to intervene, but to his surprise, Esther Saint didn't get angry. Instead, he looked nervously in Akiji's direction. Akiji, disinterested in dealing with the celestial dragons, pretended not to notice. Esther Saint, seeing that Akiji wasn't going to help, reluctantly said, "I paid a lot of belly for these slaves." Byakuya partially unsheathed his sword, Kaisnian, letting it emit a clear, threatening ring. The sound made Esther Saint's face wound throb painfully. Reluctantly, he decided the slaves weren't worth the trouble and handed over several control devices to Byakuya. Chapter 58, CP0. Byakuya took the control devices from St. Estercock, leaving behind only the one for the giant. He tossed the rest to the slaves below. "Take your control devices and go to the branch base to wait for questioning. The entire island is under lockdown, and every exit is guarded by the Marine. Don't think about escaping because it's impossible. If you get caught trying to leave the island, you will be charged with attempting to harm a celestial dragon." The dozen or so slaves picked up their respective control devices. Whether from kneeling for too long or from sheer excitement, their hands trembled uncontrollably. They glanced at Byakuya, standing atop the giant, with complex expressions, filled with unspoken gratitude. They had thought their fate was sealed when bought by a celestial dragon, expecting only death in their future. But now, unexpectedly, they had a chance to escape from the clutches of the celestial dragons. Byakuya had only mentioned taking them to the base for questioning, without promising freedom, but that still seemed far better than returning to Mary Geo's to face certain death. Byakuya's last statement, which seemed like a warning against escape, was a hint. Now was not the time to flee as the docks were heavily guarded. Everyone grasped this subtle message, except for Saint Estercock, who, as a celestial dragon, considered himself a god, not a mere human. The 14 slaves, holding their control devices, quietly walked towards the branch base without supervision. They could have taken the chance to remove their collars and escape, but they chose to trust Byakuya's words, foregoing what might have been their only opportunity to flee. Byakuya's act of drawing his sword against a celestial dragon had convinced them that he might be their savior, leading them to this choice. Akiji watched, surprised, as the slaves headed toward the base without attempting to escape. They chose to believe Byakuya over seizing their chance for freedom. Akiji realized Byakuya's intention when he demanded the control devices from Saint Estercock. Byakuya wanted to save these slaves, even at the risk of severe punishment for drawing a sword against a celestial dragon. This was something Akiji had once considered but never dared to do, choosing instead to avoid dealing with the celestial dragons entirely. Byakuya's actions were a revelation for Akiji. He squinted slightly, looking at Byakuya with newfound respect. His junior was not a simple character. CP0 arrived only 10 minutes after Akiji. They wore the standard white suits and various masks of the CP organization. There were 7 of them, led by a man wearing a sun god mask, standing nearly 3 meters tall, exuding an intimidating presence. Upon arrival, they ignored Akiji and Byakuya, surrounding Saint Estercock instead. The man in the sun mask asked respectfully, "Saint Estercock, are you all right?" "I'm fine," Saint Estercock replied. Seeing the CP organization arrive, he felt a sense of relief. Unlike the Marine, CP's primary role, aside from executing special government tasks, was to protect the world nobles, the celestial dragons. Therefore, celestial dragons trusted CP agents more than the Marines. Despite wanting to report Byakuya's threat, Saint Estercock remembered Byakuya's fierce gaze and the slash that split the clouds, making him shudder involuntarily. "Forget it. It's better to avoid trouble. I'll just stay in Mary Geo's from now on." Saint Estercock had chickened out. After confirming Saint Estercock's safety, the man in the sun god mask approached Byakuya and Akiji. "Admiral Akiji, I am a special agent from CP0. You can call me Rikyu." CP0 agents? They are the superiors of CP1 CP9, known as the strongest shield of the celestial dragons, and are among the world's top fighters, mainly responsible for protecting the celestial dragons. The CP agents Byakuya encountered before, who were protecting Harris, were likely from CP1 CP9. They could handle regular pirates but were no match for Byakuya. However, this Rikyu seemed much stronger. Although they hadn't fought, Byakuya guessed his strength was around that of a Marine Vice Admiral, and there were 8 people stronger than him in CP0. It seemed the celestial dragon's strongest shield was indeed formidable. But this made sense. The celestial dragons possessed the world's greatest wealth and power. Over the years, they had collected countless devil fruits, selecting the most powerful ones for their loyal subordinates to consume, ensuring their protection. It was normal for them to cultivate extremely strong followers over generations. Even if Rikyu's strength was at the level of a Marine Admiral, Byakuya could understand. After all, the Admiral level was their peak, while his peak was as vast as the stars, making any comparison pointless. After understanding the situation, Rikyu asked Byakuya in a displeased tone, "Why didn't you pursue the attacker and try to rescue Palace Mapplesecial?" To Rikyu, Palace Mapplesecial had a higher status among the celestial dragons than Saint Estercock. He would have preferred Saint Estercock to be kidnapped rather than the current situation. Hearing Rikyu's questioning tone, Byakuya replied irritably, "Are you out of your mind? If I had gone after the attacker and Saint Estercock was attacked again, would you take responsibility for that?" "You!" Rikyu's years of cultivated composure nearly shattered. He hadn't expected a mere Marine Rear Admiral to speak to him in such a tone. However, he couldn't openly state that Palace Mapplesecial was more important than Saint Estercock. Hearing this, Saint Estercock felt a rush of warmth, like he had been drenched in honey. Despite the Marine Rear Admiral's rudeness, he still cared about his safety. His resentment towards Byakuya eased significantly. On the other hand, Raikyu, who was supposed to protect him, seemed more concerned about the higher-ranking Palace Mappelsichel. This logic was lost on the Marines, who didn't understand the hierarchy among the celestial dragons. But Saint Estercock understood it well, and his resentment towards Raikyu grew. Chapter 59, Clue. If Byakuya knew what Raikyu and Saint Estercock were thinking, he would probably laugh. Why didn't he chase after the attacker? Because the attacker was his agent, how could he chase him? Byakuya didn't realize there was a status difference between Saint Estercock and Palace Mappelsichel. When he ordered Sonic to abduct Palace Mappelsichel, it wasn't because she was a woman or attractive. He wasn't that kind of person. It was purely because Palace Mappelsichel seemed smarter, and Saint Estercock was easier to deceive. For the plan's sake, it made sense to knock out the smart one and leave the unsuspecting one behind. Unexpectedly, this plan now had additional benefits. Raikyu was frustrated by Byakuya's retort but couldn't reveal the truth. He could only find other ways to deal with this young Marine Rear Admiral. Raikyu then sternly said, this time, Palace Mappelsichel was abducted in an area under Marine jurisdiction. The Marines must bear most of the responsibility. Akiji, seeing that Raikyu was trying to blame Byakuya, stepped forward and said, protecting the safety of the celestial dragons isn't primarily the Marines' responsibility, is it? The celestial dragons arrived without notifying the Marines for protection. Moreover, the ones responsible for protecting Saint Estercock and Palace Mappelsichel were your CP agents, all of whom died at the hands of the attacker. If Byakuya hadn't arrived in time to save Saint Estercock, the situation would have been much worse. Instead of blaming us for the lack of protection, you should be taking responsibility for your failures. Byakuya was surprised to see Akiji standing up for him. Even though he had other ways to avoid blame, it was unexpected to see the usually aloof Akiji defending him against the CP0 agents. What happened next was even more surprising. Saint Estercock suddenly spoke up, if Rear Admiral Byakuya hadn't arrived in time, I would have been killed by the attacker. I owe my life to Rear Admiral Byakuya. Byakuya was stunned. What was going on? He noticed that Saint Estercock's gaze toward him had inexplicably softened with gratitude and reduced animosity. What did this mean? Had this celestial dragon gone mad? Or was he some kind of masochist who enjoyed being cut by a sword? Raikyu felt confident challenging a Marine Rear Admiral, but his confidence wavered before an admiral like Akiji. The highest combat power of the Marines wasn't something to take lightly. Someone like Akiji commanded respect wherever he went. With Saint Estercock speaking up, Raikyu found himself at a loss for words. How could he attack someone whom his master was thanking? Seeing that everyone who needed to be present was there, Byakuya suggested, Admiral Akiji, shall we head back to the base? They had just locked down the island's ports, and a thorough search was still needed. Byakuya also had to deal with those who had been causing trouble recently. Akiji nodded, eager to distance himself from the celestial dragons and the CP0 agents. Byakuya and Akiji had barely taken a few steps toward the branch base when Byakuya seemed to remember something. He turned around and kicked the unconscious giant a couple of times. How long do you plan to play dead? I'm holding your controller, and if you stray too far from me, your head might just explode into tiny pieces. Don't blame me if that happens. As soon as Byakuya finished speaking, the giant, who had been playing dead for over an hour, suddenly moved. The giant shifted, and several corpses of the bodyguards slid off him. A small scrap of cloth, about half the size of a palm, fluttered down and mixed with the bodies, drawing attention. Raikyu quickly stepped forward and caught the cloth. Upon seeing the emblem on it, he froze. Although they had limited interactions with other forces on the sea, the Don Quixote family's dealings with the celestial dragons were well known. There was no way he could mistake that symbol. Akiji also noticed Raikyu's reaction and glanced at the cloth in his hand, his pupils narrowing. The Don Quixote family, one of the 7 warlords of the sea? Could this attack have been orchestrated by that lunatic, Doflamingo? Initially, without knowing the attacker's identity, they could only conduct a wide search to retrieve Palace Maplesetial. To be honest, the chances of success with such a method were incredibly slim. However, the appearance of this cloth with the Don Quixote family emblem pointed them in a new direction. Though this path might not lead to the culprit, it was better than running around like headless chickens. Because of the transactions between the Don Quixote family and the celestial dragons, Raikyu and Akiji didn't immediately publicize this discovery. If the world learned that a warlord of the sea, recognized by the government, had attacked a celestial dragon, it would be a massive blow to the government and the warlords. The two exchanged a knowing glance, silently agreeing to investigate this matter secretly without orders from above. Byakuya, watching Akiji and Raikyu's serious demeanor from the side, struggled to keep a straight face. This couldn't have gone better. Not only did no one suspect him, but they also linked the incident to the Don Quixote family. If Doflamingo found out that his attempt to use the celestial dragons against Byakuya had backfired and landed him in trouble instead, he'd probably cry out of frustration. It was a perfect case of trouble coming out of nowhere. When Byakuya and Akiji returned to the branch base, only 2 guards were left at the entrance. The rest had been taken by Smoker to seal off the exits. 14 slaves stood obediently at the gate, waiting for Byakuya's arrival. Including the giant, there were 15 slaves in total. Byakuya had managed to capture all the slaves St. Estercock had purchased and brought with him. If Byakuya were a bit more unscrupulous, he could have auctioned off these 15 slaves again and made at least 10 billion berries, a pure profit. If he were still the impoverished man he once was, he might have considered doing just that. But now, Byakuya had no intention of earning dirty money. With 29 islands worth of pirates and corrupt merchants to plunder, he was confident he could scrape together 10 billion berries without resorting to such measures. Chapter 60, Revelation. The abduction of a celestial dragon caused a massive uproar in the Sabati archipelago. The Marine headquarters deployed tens of thousands of Marine soldiers, led by Admiral Akiji, surrounding the archipelago. Not even a bird could escape. Among those affected, the pirates and underground forces on the island were the most tormented. These individuals, already wanted by the authorities or hiding due to their crimes, now faced continuous inspections by the Marines. They lived in constant fear of being exposed and captured, dreading the possibility of being taken to impel down. Their days were filled with anxiety and distress. The Marines did consider using this opportunity to capture all the pirates on the Sabati archipelago in one sweep, which would bring some peace to the first half of the Grand Line. However, such an action might provoke the wrath of the 4 Emperor's pirate crews, leading to a potential conflict that would be troublesome for the Marines. The primary mission remained to rescue Palace Maplesetial, the abducted celestial dragon, and other matters could be postponed. For Byakuya, finding Palace Maplesetial was a trivial matter. If he wanted, he could simply have Sonic return her. Searching the Sabati archipelago was pointless. When Sonic abducted Palace Maplesetial, he used a ship prepared by Byakuya at the port and headed to a remote, uncharted island that Byakuya had discovered some time ago. It was a safe location, and with Sonic's strength, he could handle any intruders who might stumble upon it. Therefore, Byakuya wasn't concerned about the search for Palace Maplesetial. Instead, Byakuya used the lockdown period to implement his plans. Trusted by Akiji and Sengoku, he was put in charge of searching islands 1 to 29 of the Sabati archipelago. They were confident in Byakuya's capabilities, knowing he could handle the task effectively. Byakuya did not disappoint. On the first day, he led a team that captured over 200 people, including pirates, corrupt merchants, and a few bounty hunters. These individuals were caught for various offenses, such as hiding revenue, causing public disturbances, and attacking Marines. Byakuya ensured that all their crimes were meticulously recorded, leaving no one off the hook. Those who resisted arrest were killed on the spot by Byakuya, who ignored their pleas of innocence. Standing on a high platform, Byakuya gazed at the mass of kneeling people below, feeling a deep sense of satisfaction. To him, they represented berries and world energy. Among the captives was Byakuya's old acquaintance, Boyle, the owner of Doflamingo's auction house. Boyle, who had been arrogant in front of Byakuya and Smoker the day before, now trembled on the ground, hoping to go unnoticed. He couldn't believe that Byakuya, a Marine Rear Admiral who seemed unremarkable aside from his good looks and youth, could kill so decisively and without hesitation. Boyle had witnessed firsthand how a pirate captain with a bounty of 120 million berries, who had attacked Marine soldiers on the island, resisted arrest, confident in his strength. In the blink of an eye, right in front of Byakuya, a pirate captain with a bounty of 120 million berries was sliced cleanly in half. The speed was astonishing. If that blade had been aimed at him, Boyle dared not imagine further. As Byakuya surveyed the captured crowd, a familiar figure caught his eye. A smile tugged at Byakuya's lips. Among the many captives, he hadn't noticed this particular individual until now. "Well, if it isn't Mr. Boyle. Not busy today, are we? Come to the Marine base personally, I see." Byakuya's mocking tone sent Boyle into a near faint. Despite hiding in the back, he had still been spotted. Boyle didn't even dare lift his head, only seeing Byakuya's boots in front of him. "Cat got your tongue? Yesterday at the auction, you seemed quite chatty." Byakuya drew a long blade from Quake's waist, lightly tapping Boyle's sweat-drenched cheek with it. Each tap felt like a blow to Boyle's heart, making his whole body shudder. "Lord Byakuya, yesterday was my mistake. I failed to recognize your greatness and offended you. It's all my fault." Boyle kowtowed repeatedly, soon breaking his forehead and smearing blood all over his face. It looked gruesome, yet Boyle continued to kowtow frantically, ignoring his bleeding forehead. The other captives were terrified, praying Byakuya wouldn't turn his attention to them. This was too brutal. Seeing Boyle's fear, Byakuya had a sudden idea. He had Quake take out a transponder snail to record the scene. In a cold voice, Byakuya said, "Since you seem genuinely remorseful, I'll ask you one question. Answer truthfully, and I might consider sparing your life." Overjoyed, Boyle promised, "Ask anything, my lord. If I know the answer, I'll tell you everything. Why did St. Estercock and Palace Maplesetial suddenly attend the auction yesterday, without notifying the Marines?" Boyle quickly answered, "St. Estercock was invited by Lord Doflamingo under the pretext of a giant slave. Palace Maplesetial must have heard the news and joined him to buy slaves." Boyle glanced at Byakuya, then continued, "Lord Byakuya, Lord Doflamingo invited St. Estercock to the auction to undermine your authority on Sabati Archipelago, making your 5 rules a joke. This way, his business on the island wouldn't be affected." Having decided to sell out Doflamingo for a chance at survival, Boyle spoke earnestly, hoping this would increase his chances of living. However, Byakuya wasn't interested in the latter part of Boyle's explanation since he already knew. He only recorded the first part, ignoring the rest. Byakuya planned to show this recording to CP0 and Akiji. Once they saw that St. Estercock had been invited by Doflamingo, they'd have no choice but to hold him accountable for the incident. That's the end of this tale for now. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in part 3. Peace.